he did? I'm sorry about that.
Sure.
So when he first made contact with you, he advised you of your Miranda warning and stuff like that. Do you remember that?
No, but I know that I remember him asking me. Yeah, I mean, I know he had to have. I just everything was just like really.
Okay, so you understand that you don't have to talk to us right now.
Yeah,
okay, and that we're going to be writing police reports in regards to our contact with you, and those police reports can go off to other people, such as the courts, district attorney, defense attorney, stuff like that. So everything that you say can be used against you in court, right? You understand that? You have the right to have an attorney present.
Right.
During questioning, if you can't afford an attorney, the court will appoint one to you. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. And at any time you, during this conversation, don't want to talk to us anymore, you just have to tell us that you don't want to talk to us. Okay. And then we'll end the conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, and along with the lines with the attorney, you have the right to have that attorney present during any questions as well. Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the reason why
So after explaining that, you still want to talk with us?
Yeah, sure. I think you guys have a job to do. You know what I mean?
Sure. So you got contacted today by Donnie Robbins and putting handcuffs and arrested and stuff like that, and that's the reason why you're here right now. And it's kind of because we found out that you have a warrant out of Denver for domestic violence. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Did you ever have a case in Denver?
Not that I'm aware of. But I suffered multiple different. My head's getting all screwed up. Also, I had a crush. So, yeah, my memory's not always what it should be. But I think I'm usually pretty adamant about taking care of stuff like that.
So that case involved a young lady, and we wanted to talk to you about that, okay? But before we get into that case down in Denver, I want to talk to you about you, find out more about you, because I don't really know much about you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
So, where do you live right now?
I'm kind of in between three places.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to see how much backstory. So like a year ago on Valentine's Day, the lady that I've been with went through hell and back, treating each other bad, and because I live in Heather.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I still love her with all my heart. And we're trying to work it out. Yeah, I don't know, my sister's totally against me, but anyway, so she broke my, do you want this backstory?
Absolutely.
Okay, so she broke my heart really bad on Valentine's Day. I took her out to eat, and then I told her, hey, if we quit drinking, we can make this work. If you don't want to quit drinking, I can't stay sober. So, let's just quit or I'm gonna leave you. And she says, well, I'm not giving that up. And I was like, all right. And then she disappears for 3 days with an ex. And after that, it was just us trying to save up my money to move out. It's just a downward spiral between us. And then, yeah, there's just lots of stuff that wasn't copacetic for the relationship, you know what I mean? Infidelity and stuff, and I've been faithful there for like 4 years at that point. Before that, I've been very abusive. We're abusive to each other, but I was physically abusive, and I know that was wrong. And I went to counseling and all of that. But so then anyway, I moved out in August, living on my own, and things were working really, really good between us, and I thought we were really going to make it. And then I got laid off, and then right before Christmas, she just gave me a call, and she said, hey, I don't ever want to see you or hear you again out of the blue. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense, and like just totally destroyed me. I went off my medication, and I just gave up my will to live. I had a severe suicide attempt. So my sister said, okay, that's it. Come over here and help me. So I move over there with my sister. And I'm helping her, and I'm trying to find work, and I'm having a hard time. And my buddy calls me, and that was like January 5th. And then my buddy calls me a couple of weeks ago and says, hey, if you come over, I got this trucking company that's really taking off. I need you. I've worked for him before. He says, I really need you to come over. And then I talked to my sister about it. She's like, why don't we be that close to Heather? And I'm like, but maybe we can work it out. And she's like, well, don't you understand? That's just, I forget what she said, oil and water or something. And she just said, that'd be the worst thing you could do. I wasn't making any money over there, and I was just getting further behind. I was ready to lose my car, my phone was shut off. So I came back over here, and I was living at Troy's, where I work, and then sometimes I stay at Heather's house. And right when I got here, I actually stopped by Heather's house first to see how she was doing. And asked if, maybe we could go to dinner or something. And asked if I could pawn her my phone so that I'd have some food money, and so I could buy some other stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so you went over to Heather's house when?
It was whatever day I came into town. It had to be either Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. No, let me see. She works, you guys can help me out with this. She works Sunday through Wednesday, so it was one of her days off, because she had a date that night, and she just asked me to leave.
Okay.
And I said, okay. And so then I went out to Troy's.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, I'm really confused, because I don't know you, and I'm not sure if you're confused about it.
I'm probably not articulate stuff just because it's so shit.
And that's totally fine. That's the reason why we're here to work out. Okay, we're going to work this out and try to understand everything that's going on. So, from what I'm assuming that you just said last week, either Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, you went over to Heather's house?
Yeah.
Okay, and she had a date?
Yeah, she told me she had it. Because I said, are you busy? You want to get her kids? I said, you want to get the boys together? Let's go eat, let's go do something. And, oh, by the way, if I can find my phone, I'll take everybody out to eat. Because I love her boys. She's got 2 twins, and then an older one. And she just told me no. She has a date. But she gave me $100 for my phone until my unemployment came through, because I was waiting on that.
Okay.
And it finally came through.
Okay. And so where does Troy work at?
He owns Bonnell Trucking.
Bonnell Trucking. Okay, where's that at?
It's in Greeley.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you've been living at Bonnell Trucking in the shop?
Yeah, well, actually, his house is right next to the shop, and he gave me a room in the basement. He said $500 a week and free room and board, and then he'll pay me more as things progress better, because he's getting ready to sell a part of his property.
Okay. When was the last? Okay, so and just so I understand, you said that you lived at 3 different locations.
Yeah.
So Heather's, Bonnell.
And then my sister's over in Parachute.
Okay, and when was the last time you were at your sister's house in Parachute?
I'm terrible with dates, but it was... Yeah, I don't know, not too long ago, maybe 8-9 days.
8-9 days ago?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe it's that long. Yeah, if you give me a piece of scratch paper, I could draw a little count, and maybe I could try and figure it out. But I'd be within 2 or 3 days.
Okay. Maybe we can do it on the board or something like that.
Okay.
So sister, what's her name?
Shelley.
Shelley?
Yeah.
Quintana?
No, Brinklow.
Brinklow. Brinklow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. How old is she?
She's 4 years older than me.
And you were born in what, 72? 72.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes you 48 right now?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she's 52?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm 48, she'd be 52.
Okay. And,
53.
Oh, I'm sorry. Almost 53. Okay.
Yeah, her birthday's next month.
Okay. And then, so Troy Bonnell, and do you know his address?
No.
Okay. All right. But but it's the trucking company is right next door where he lives.
Yeah, well, he's got a ranch. And so he keeps the semi on the ranch, and he had 4 semis at one point, but he had to downsize. He just went through divorce. So it's not like a really big fancy shop. It's just a 2-bay shop. I do most of the semi work out in the dirt.
Okay.
But it's all the same property where he parks his truck, where the garage is at, and where the house is.
Okay. So what do you do for a living?
Anything, whatever it takes to make a living. I'm a really good mechanic. I'm a really good welder. I can do anything in the oil field. I've worked oil field most of my life. I'm a really good carpenter. I can build furniture. I'm blessed with just like amazing ability to do just about anything well.
Okay. Do you work for somebody or are you self-employed?
I tried starting a company after I worked for Clearwater for like the last 4 or 5 years as a shop mechanic.
Are you working for them right now?
No, they laid me off in October. And then we had a huge fight, and I wasn't able to find any work over here. And that's when I went. So basically, I hadn't had anything except temp service work until Troy since October.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So currently not working, and
wait, no, I'm currently working for Troy.
well, currently working for Troy.
Yeah.
You said it was only temporary type stuff.
Well, I'm sorry, I totally misspoke. When I got laid off from Clearwater, it was temporary work, and that was all. I was having a hard time finding that, and then Troy called and said, hey, I'll give you, full-time, 500 a week, free room and board. Come over and help me.
Okay.
And so that's what brought me back over the mountain.
Okay.
Last week.
So you're, so I'm sorry, so you're working for $500 a week, paid by Troy, and then you're turning around and just using that as your room and board, is that correct? Is that how I understand this?
Really close. It's 500 a week plus free room and board.
Oh, okay, all right.
But because I enjoy seeing Heather every chance that she'll allow me to see her, any chance I can. I mean, I go over there and I stay at her house.
Okay.
Because I'd rather be with her than...
Okay, so when was the last time that you stayed with Troy?
Last night.
Okay, you were at Troy's last night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, for most of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I did a lot of driving around.
Okay. Where'd you drive to?
All over the place. All the different places that we used to drill.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just looking at all the old well sites. I was, what do you call it? When you're upset and you're melancholy, is that even a word? When you're upset and you're sad.
Melancholy?
Yeah, that's it. I think that's it. Yeah, that's definitely the word. I don't know if that's exactly, I think it fits how I was feeling. I was just, a little depressed and just wanted to just get out and drive, and that helps.
Why were you depressed? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, no, I don't, because Heather's just mad at me. Yeah.
Why?
I don't understand why she gets mad at me. Well, she's mad because I'm working for Troy. She doesn't think her and Troy don't get along.
Okay.
And she thinks that, she just wants me there with her all the time in her mind, but then the reason I don't do it all the time, I always have a backup, is because at the drop of a hat, she'll get a call from an ex and she'll be like, hey, you need to leave. And I said, where am I gonna go? I got all my ducks in this basket with you, babe. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
That's really gotta be frustrating for you.
Yeah, it was like a yo-yo. And that's what my sister said, don't you ever dare to go back to her. I couldn't even hardly speak a sentence without crying when I met her over there to my sister's in January. I was such an emotional wreck. But she helped me get back on all my meds and everything smoothed out and not being yo-yo.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask if you're still on your meds? Are you on your meds right now?
No. I've been drinking. I self-medicate like that.
Okay.
That would probably really help us figure out the day I came over, but I had an appointment with my doctor to get my prescriptions refilled. The day I left to come back over, so I came over without my meds, but I called crisis line, and I told them, hey, I'm here, I came over here. So I was in the process of getting it in to see a doctor there. They said they don't do scheduling, and I was like, it's a crisis, I need my meds, somebody's gotta help me, you know what I mean?
Was your appointment over in Parachute or over here?
I didn't understand.
Was your appointment over in Parachute?
Yeah, it was in Parachute because after the breakup and Heather and I moving out and everything else, or me moving out from Heather just as a self-preservation tactic, it didn't work out very well because I still just self-destructed. But my sister seen me, she saved me, and she got me over there. She's like, yeah, gym membership and trauma therapist and the doctor for your meds. And she got me all on all that, like right away. She got me on Medicaid too. So it's like, well, I lost my insurance for work. I can't afford to go see a psychiatrist.
Your sister seems like a very nice lady.
She's absolutely awesome. She's
taking care of you.
Yeah, and she's taking care of 3 autistic grandchildren. Yeah. And her husband who's starting early stages dementia.
Sure. So you said 8 to 9 days ago, you were at your sister's.
Yeah.
And then you drove from Parachute to, I'm assuming the Greeley area, because we haven't talked about any other areas except for Greeley.
Yeah, I came over. I was really stressed out about the money and the finances and all that, and so then even getting on my meds and everything, I drank. And my sister locked me out and changed the code on the door because she's got 0 tolerance for that.
Okay.
And so I assumed that that's why she changed the code on the door, is because I drank. She said she changed it for the neighbor. There's a little kid that was running in and they got the code on their door to get in and out. And she said she changed it because of that. Well, when I got home from work and it was changed, I was just like, well, she's just tired of me like everybody else. I tried and it didn't work out. So that's when Troy had been calling me for probably 6 weeks prior to that. And then that's when I said, well, I'll just drive over. Because my phone was shut off and I was like 2 weeks from losing my car. And so, yeah.
So 8 to 9 days ago, you came back over here to Greeley and you got your place with Troy set up, and you've been staying with Heather and seeing Heather back and forth off and on because Troy's in here, and Heather doesn't like Troy, and stuff like that. So when was the last time you actually saw Heather?
It was yesterday. She asked me to run her to Loveland so she could put money in the ATM so she could make her car payment.
Okay. So one of the things that you talked about is that you are a kind of like a self-made guy with your hands. You work with your hands a lot and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you talked about how you drove from Parachute to Greeley, and then you talked about how you work with your hands and stuff like that. So I'm assuming that you got some sort of a truck or a construction truck or something like that?
No. I got a little itsy baby super cross track that gets great gas mileage.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great gas mileage. Okay. All right, and so was the cross track the vehicle that you got contacted in today?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only vehicle I own.
That's the only vehicle you
At
own.
one point, yeah, I had a whole bunch of vehicles, but
And so the other question I have is you got all these tools and whatnot that you use. Are the tools in the cross track, or do you keep the tools somewhere else?
90% of my tools are at my sister's house, and then the 10% would be my cross track because I brought them over my welder, my tool bags and stuff. Yeah, and then they're all in drawers except for my tool bag.
Okay, so let me try and do this for you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
I see what you're doing.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
And can we just put today's date on there?
Okay,
So we're trying to just pin everything down to what day.
Okay, so let's do another one then.
Okay.
It's actually,
Yeah, because I'll have to start from here and try and work back
okay.
if I can.
Okay, so today is Sunday the 16th, 15th, 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5, 4, 3, 2, and this is February.
Okay.
Okay, and so tomorrow is the 17th. All right. So you said 8 to 10 days ago. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So around in here, you came back from parachute. Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe so.
What day of the week it was?
I think it was. I know it was either Friday or Saturday.
Okay, so you're back from parachute either Friday
Yeah.
or Saturday. Okay. And she said that she had a date that night, so either Friday or Saturday night, usually people aren't working and they're going out of the town because that's when all the fun stuff's happening, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'll have to work the next day.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so,
How long does it usually take you to drive from Parachute over here? I'm sure you've done that job quite a bit.
Anywhere from 6 hours to like 4 or 5 days, depending on, because you gotta go over Bell Pass. And this last trip coming over took me a couple days because they get close and everything.
all right, so you left on one day and you showed up on the next day?
Yeah, like a couple of days later, because I'm thinking, my appointment with my doctor was either the 3rd or the 4th. Yeah,
Okay.
and I left either the morning of the appointment or late. I think so. No, it was the evening before the appointment. This is when I got home from work. Yeah.
Okay. And so it took you a couple days. Where did you stay on your trip?
I just slept in my car because that's pretty much, I was down to my last credit card and I only had so much on it and I was trying to make it last.
For gasoline, right?
Yeah, for gas and food and smokes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it, yeah. I made lots of money. Like last year I only worked, to me it's lots of money. Last year I only worked 9 months and I almost made $100,000. So it's really hard to to go from that to, not to like making even 100 a day when I'm used to making 300-400 a day.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a culture shock, but
Okay, I understand. I'm sorry about that.
that's just the way things are. It's business what it is. At least I can work.
So let me ask you this: where does Heather live? I don't think we ever talked about that. Where does Heather live?
I guess you could Pingree.
Okay. You know her address?
Yeah.
What's her
I lived there for 5 years. I lived there 2162 35th Avenue, Court Unit 2.
I'm sorry. Say that again. 30?
No, 21.
Okay.
62. 35th Avenue, Court Unit 2.
Okay, so where's that at? Because I don't know really all that well, so I get confused with all the avenue, courts, streets, roads. They put so that really confused me.
Yeah, it really was a hard place to learn because, do you know Treeley West High School? It is directly north of the high school.
Okay.
At the end of the cul-de-sac.
So you can see the high school from her house?
Yeah. From the garage you can. The house is kind of around on the side.
Okay. So, so she lives at, 2162 35th Avenue Court? Okay, I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget, 35th. Okay, and is she there now?
Do you know what time it is?
It is almost 11 o'clock in the morning on Sunday.
No, she's at work.
Okay.
Yeah.
How does she normally get to work?
She drives her car.
What kind of car does she have?
It is a 2017 ruby red Ford Fusion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where does she work?
At Doug's in Loveland.
Okay.
Doug's Day Diner.
So let me ask you this. So you said that you drove around a lot last night, feeling melancholy, going in between the drill sites and stuff like that. And you also said that you had seen Heather last night. What time was it that you last saw Heather?
It was probably whenever we got back from Loveland, around 3:34.
Okay.
Maybe.
And she got some money into her ATM so she can make her car payment.
Yeah, that's why we went up there. And then shocked because I got my unemployment, so I bought some clothes. Because the way I lived, my sister's, that's where it goes, one set of clothes.
Okay. So you gave her some of your unemployment money to make her car payment?
No, she had her own money. Yeah, she had her own money. Yeah. Yeah, she was just gonna go do that. Yeah.
So, when you left her yesterday afternoon, 3, 4 o'clock, how was she doing?
Oh, she was mad at me.
Okay, why was she mad?
Yeah, because I told her that she told me she didn't want me to work for Troy, and I told her, well, I've got to have a place to stay when you get mad and you throw me out.
Okay.
I said, I've got to, you know what I mean? And then she's just out there now, and
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I said, that sucks.
Okay. And so, did she discuss with you yesterday what her plans were for this week? What she had going on?
This upcoming week?
Yeah.
Oh, just like what she has going on all the time. No, she didn't discuss anything with me. But she normally works Sunday through Wednesday.
Okay.
Saturday, and then sometimes she'll work extra.
And forgive me, I'm still trying to understand you. She works at Doug's Day Diner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good place. They got some great breakfast burritos over there.
All their food is awesome. Oh, she worked there and you get tired of it because I was wanting to eat there. She doesn't ever want to eat there. And I'm like, oh, please.
So she was supposed to work today, so she's probably down there now? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So when was the last time that you actually stayed the night at her house? So this is
today.
Yeah. Absolutely. Right away, do you think?
All right. That's tomorrow.
So you stayed this last night?
No, I just wanted to know what day we are today.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to write this due today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Yeah. Okay. So,
Valentine's Day?
No, because we had disagreement on the 13th. I was trying to make it home from work soon enough to go to the grocery store and try and get my phone so I could call and get my meds set up. And then I was going to surprise her with a dinner and then breakfast in a car on the 14th. And we got into a fight.
What was the fight over?
It was over.
It's okay. I'm not going to judge you.
Oh, yeah, but I'm sure it was something I did wrong, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know, I pissed her off somehow, she didn't throw me out.
Sure.
So that was good. But it just like ruined everything.
Sure.
Yeah, I asked her to marry me. Yeah. Yeah, but I asked her to marry me. And she said, there's no way she can marry me.
Okay.
And so I just...
How did that make you feel?
Deflated. Yeah, just like worthless hot shit.
Oh, God. So let's go back to last weekend. So you said that you got back into parachute. I'm sorry, from parachute you went over to Troy Miles and then you went over and saw Heather. Have you been staying with Heather since you got back, either on the 6th, 7th, and 8th?
No, it was a couple of days after I stopped, and she told me she had the date, and she was just real standoffish.
The date, either on the 7th or the 8th? Okay.
Yeah, because whatever date he had there, I finally made it over the pass. Man, I'm sorry, I can't really remember if... Yeah, I don't even know what changed, why she went from not seeing me to, yeah, come stay the night. She asked if she could use my car. She came out to Troy's and asked if she could borrow my car.
Okay.
Because she said...
Where'd she need your car?
Well, she's got the interlock in hers.
Okay. And she's been drinking?
Well, I think she was planning on drinking. And then I told her why I'm working all day. I don't care if she take it.
Okay. So let's talk about this. So Sunday, if I remember correctly, help me out if I'm wrong. Sunday the 9th and Monday the 10th it snowed. Do you remember it snowing?
I remember it snowing a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Was it the 9th and 10th that it snowed?
I think every other day it snowed.
Well, I know it's supposed to snow tomorrow, so maybe that might help. Did she come out when it was snowing, or did she get back while it was snowing? Does that help? I'm trying to help you understand what we're talking about here.
We had like 2 or 3 snowstorms right in a row. So it's just like, then I was fighting snowstorms coming all the way over the pass. I remember that the roads were really slick.
Okay.
You said she asked to borrow your car.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Did she borrow it?
Well, I told her she could, but I just left the keys, and then I went to work, and then
So you left the keys in the car. It was parked at Troy's house.
Yeah, I left them on the front tire, actually, in the car.
And then you drove one of Troy's trucks?
Well, no, I ride with Troy in the semi.
Okay.
Yeah, we was riding the semi.
Alright.
Yeah, because we had deliveries to do that day. And I remember it was cold. I didn't get it snowed the day before because the roads were really slick. Sorry, bud.
Okay, so the day before it snowed, so she borrowed your car somewhere on that 11th?
I know that delivery, we had to run Albert on the 10th.
Okay.
Did it snow more on the 9th than it did on the 10th?
I believe it started on the 9th and then it ended up stopping somewhere on the 10th. In the afternoon on the 10th.
Right. Yeah, so I was working that afternoon.
Do you normally work on the weekends?
I did, yeah, 24/7. It doesn't matter when
Just when something comes up.
whenever we get, yeah, either when something breaks or when there is a delivery to do.
What do you guys deliver?
Chemicals.
Okay.
Yeah, oil field chemicals.
Oh, okay.
To the rigs.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe, yeah, I don't know, maybe it was the 10th.
Okay.
Because she asked, but I don't even know if she borrowed it.
Okay.
Yeah. Because by the time we got back, no, I don't remember. As I say, I was so tired when we got back. My legs were sore. I was soaking wet from working in the snow.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to take a shower and go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't remember if that's what I did or not. And that's what I wanted.
Okay. So, okay. And so you said, I want to kind of go back to the night that you saw Heather, and you said that she had a date.
Right.
Tell me more about that.
I've been on the road for 3 days and one pair of clothes. I was really hoping that it would have been different.
What would have went different?
That she would let me come in and shower and it would have been like it used to be between us, you know.
Sure.
Because she's always a great, when she's not mad, she's a great nurturer. Yeah, and like she loves to cook and she loves to feed me.
You really care about her.
Yeah, I just asked her to marry me, you know what I mean, again.
How many times have you asked her?
3. That's it. Yeah, I asked her in 2014, like the Pyramid Place in Vegas.
The Elixir?
Yeah, I rented the chapel, I rented the room, got us airfare for her birthday, all to surprise her. And we got down there, and she told me no. And I was like, all right. And then we got back, and that was when I found out that she was still seeing her ex, Mike. Because she was in the shower, and he called. I was like, how did he said you hadn't talked to him in a year? He's like, are you back from Vegas? Yeah, I'm ready.
So when you showed up to the house, to Heather's house, and she said that she had a date, was the date already there, or was the date coming?
I don't know. I don't think the date was there. Because she just wanted to talk to me for a couple of minutes. You know, she let me say the piece about the phone. It could have went either way, I don't know.
What do you mean it could have gone either way?
Well, he could have been there, he could not, or she could have been there, she could not.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. She could have been.
Heather's bisexual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think their date would have been there. And for her to have the door open and talk to me, maybe, if her date was like in the shower or something, I don't know. Or she's just real relaxed.
So she normally invites people over to her house and they just shower in her house?
Yeah, she's got a strange, I don't know what you call it.
Okay.
She called the guy, when we came back from the family reunion, she called the guy that she didn't even know. And he showed up and she disappeared with him for 2 days. And she missed a day of work, almost lost her job.
When was that?
It would have been sometime in September. That was right before I moved out. Because I was like, I just can't handle this no more. I gotta get my own place.
And so when you showed up to her house the night that she had the date, how did that make you feel?
Dejected, maybe.
Angry?
No.
Frustrated?
Just disappointed, I guess. Yeah, I gave up being mad at her a long time ago because, like I said, it was no big deal for her to just say, hey, disappeared for 2-3 days. And yeah, I just...
So that's kind of emotional for me. Okay.
Oh, no, that's real emotional. I mean, yeah, I didn't want to live anymore. You know,
Is that because you're jealous of the lifestyle that she has?
No, it's because she doesn't want me. Yeah, it's because I do everything I can to be a good mate. And we have this agreement, and then she'll just go off, she'll get too drunk, and she'll just do good stuff and make poor decisions. And disappear for a couple days, and then I always forgive her. And yeah, I just always, but then it just destroys a little piece of me every time, just makes me feel worse and worse and worse. And that's why I had to move out. Yeah, so that there'd be something left of me. And that still didn't work.
So who, besides Heather, I'm trying to understand this. Besides Heather being at the house on the night that you showed up, okay, was there anybody else other than the date, or just the date and her? Was her kids there or anything like that?
No, her kids weren't there. She definitely came out and said hi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she tell you where she was going to go? Sometimes people, for safety reasons, say, hey, we're going to go out to dinner.
She wouldn't do that stuff with me. She'd tell her kids. She'd tell her oldest son, Alex. She tells him everything.
Okay.
Yeah, she tells him everything. Yeah, no, she wouldn't tell me, anything like that. She just said she had a date and she didn't want to see me that night, so go ahead and leave.
How long were you at the door for?
It seemed like an extended amount of time for her being so brusque. I don't know, probably, 3 to 7 minutes, maybe.
Yeah. So you're at her front door for 3 to 7 minutes, just talking on the front door. Did you guys actually go into the entryway inside of the house?
No, she kept me on the outside of the screen.
Okay.
And then she went back and got me the money she wanted.
Okay.
What it sounds like to me, Kevin, is you put a lot of effort into this relationship. I mean, you're going out of your way to, you're going to her house, you're putting in the effort. Isn't that be fair to say?
Well, I think you care deeply for her. Yeah. And she cares deeply for me. She's got just this thing. Me and her mom talk about it all the time. She's just got this thing where every once in a while she just has to go off and do her own thing. her mom told me if I didn't care about her, she'd probably stay with me. And I said, that makes no sense, man. Why would I want to do that? Because
You want somebody that cares for you.
yeah, ideally, even, if it's strange, I don't know. I told her I don't understand how she can say that she loves me when she does what she does. But I'm just wired different. If I love somebody, I can't go screw somebody else. No. But it didn't seem to make any difference to her.
So, well, I guess we kind of need to, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm thinking that I'm just not too sure about how many days I've actually been here.
Okay.
Because, with that, it snowed a couple times. I went to go try and see Heather's mom, and it was a huge snowstorm that night.
Okay.
Yeah, and my cat. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how much that matters, but
Okay.
yeah. Anyway, I interrupted you.
I had a thought, and I was going to ask you a question about something, and I completely forgot what it was because I was listening to.
I'm sorry, it'll come back to you.
It will, and I'm sure that it will. So do you know if Heather actually took your Subaru when you let her borrow it?
No, I don't have any idea if she did or not.
Okay. So this morning, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if she would have or not. Usually she doesn't put gas in it, and I don't remember if it was low on gas or not.
Okay. So this morning, you were contacted by Donnie Robbins in the gray truck, and you were at the gas station filling up the Subaru, and you were also filling up a gas can.
It was diesel. Yeah, for the shop heater.
Okay.
And yeah, it's out of diesel. And I told Troy since I was gonna go down and get gas for my car,
Okay.
I'd drive down, and I just finished the Subaru, and I was just trying to get the diesel thing to start. And that's when Donnie showed up.
Okay.
And so,
Okay. And so I can smell on you right now gasoline and whatnot.
right.
Okay, did you spill some on you?
Yeah, I was burning weeds this morning.
Burning weeds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
What else were you burning?
trash, house trash.
House trash from where?
From Troy's house.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Kind of like just like garbage, like milk containers and
Yeah, stuff like
paper
that.
towels and whatever.
He's got a pump thing, a weed sprayer,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it kind of like blew up on me when I was trying to pressurize it.
Okay.
Yeah, and we got gas in my car too.
Okay.
Yeah, because I took that and filled that.
Okay.
And then that's when it leaked.
So last night you said that you were driving around feeling melancholy. Where did you drive to last night?
All the old well sites.
Okay. Did you go out to Troy's house?
I left from Troy's house.
Okay.
Yeah, I left from Troy's house.
Is that where the shop is? Okay. Do you know the address of where that is?
I just know how to get there. I've never done any paperwork.
Do you know what road it's on?
No. I know how to find it because there's a trailer on the corner.
What's the trailer look like?
Oh man, I don't know. I just know because I went for Troy a couple years ago for, what is that, about 6 years ago. I went for him for like, I don't know, it's a little bit. But that's how I went to this place. Was because they put that trailer in. Yeah, and I thought it was always strange. I don't remember what was strange about it, but there's something strange about the trailer. That is close to the highway. Yeah, so it's easy to really gotta turn right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to kind of ask you some more questions about something else that we're working on. Okay. And kind of how we got turned around on and made contact with you and why we're here right now.
Okay, yeah, you said, can you tell me anything more about that case since it, like when it happened or anything about that?
I know that Denver PD did something and it had something to do with your Subaru and it having some front end damage on it and stuff like that. Do you know anything about that?
I think, no, there was some damage to my Subaru on the front end that I had repaired.
When'd you repair that?
Oh, last year.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I was coming over from seeing my brother on Grand Mesa, and my nephew Tanner was with me, and we had a green reflector and it gave my car
One of those little things that flaps and
oh, this one's solid steel.
Oh, it was.
2 stories, yeah, they stack them.
Oh, for the tall snow.
Yeah, but we had that, and it just took the black thing away and cracked that bumper that I just had fixed. Yeah.
So you currently have some damage to the front bumper of your car.
Yeah, for now. That still goes, the green paint's still on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So I kind of figure out what's going on here right now, and the reason why we're here is not only to talk to you about that, your last couple of days and whatnot that we've been talking and stuff like that.
So I can't be more specific about all that.
Well, I think that when I tell you what's going on here, I think that there's gonna be some stuff that you're gonna feel a little bit better about and understand, and I think that you're gonna probably be able to talk to us a little bit more about that, okay?
Okay.
So, the reason why we're here talking is because we have been looking at somebody's social media site, okay? And that person had contact with Heather last week, okay? And I'm sure that you've probably heard or seen stuff in the news about somebody disappearing from Greeley. Do you know anything about that?
Is it musician?
Is it a musician? Yeah, he was a musician.
Yeah, Heather showed me that on her phone.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
Did she tell you that she knew that person?
She said that she had seen him play, and she actually took the kids to see him play.
Okay. Her boys?
Yeah, her boys.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're like 23, so I can't really call them kids.
No, they're still kids because I'm 40, you're 48. This guy's a lot older than both of us put together, so we're not kids anymore. I mean, we're grown men here.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, someplace downtown in Greeley's where he plays.
Okay.
And it's blues.
He does blues music?
Yeah.
Okay, what kind of a musician is he?
I don't know. Yeah.
Alright.
I think the article said it sounded like good musician.
Yeah, there's a lot of people know him. I mean, very well-known musician.
Right on. Yeah, I think I remember reading that article.
Okay. And so I'm kind of looking at, Ryan and I are both kind of looking into that, and we're trying to figure out what happened. Okay, what happened to him? And Heather knows him on social media. And just in the course of doing a background investigation, Heather came up and we looked at her, and you came up in that, about your warrant. Okay? And so we wanted to come talk to you to find out about that a little bit more. Okay?
About the warrant?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what you know about Heather knowing this guy. Because we want to talk to Heather as well. And I think she's working, it's 11:20 right now. I think she's working till what, 2 or 3 today?
They close at 2, and she's resigning at about 3:30.
Okay. And so we don't want to go and interrupt her work. Okay.
No.
And I think what happened was we were looking for you, and Donnie just happened to come across you. And that's the reason why we're here today. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you know this guy's name, the musician that's missing? Because she showed you the news article, his name's in there.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm sure that, just what position he places in there too, but I didn't really look at it that much.
Okay.
I don't know, that's just an ugly thing.
What's ugly about it? He's missing.
What's that?
I said, what's ugly about it?
My mom died of cancer. That's about the most grievous thing that anybody could go through. I just lost my aunt to cancer. Death is just, it's painful.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what did Heather say about it when she showed you the news article?
She found it on Facebook. I really don't remember. If I had to try and recreate the situation, it was something like, hey, I watched this guy play. Yeah.
Did she tell you that she had seen him at all in recent weeks? Outside of the bars?
Yeah, but I think that's something that she should probably share with you guys, because yes, there was there was something that happened between them.
Okay.
And yeah, I remember.
Well, we're here talking to you, and this is a private room,
Right.
and the conversation we're having right now is between the three of us.
Right.
Okay. And so it would help me, okay, when I go talk to Heather, if I kind of have an idea of what we need to go talk about.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
And you'd be doing me a huge favor if we could do that.
well, I remember she started crying.
When was this?
I think when she showed me the article.
Okay.
Or the Facebook thing.
So that was around the 11th or the 12th. When that article went out.
Okay. Yeah. I don't that is one of the nights I stayed at her house. And,
all right. And so why was she crying? What was she upset about?
Man, that's kind of for her to tell you guys. It's like real personal. I really feel sorry for her. But it didn't make sense because
really conflicted over this.
Well, I am. It's for her to tell you, but it probably really.
I think it'd be easier for her to tell me if I knew already, and I could tell her that I already knew what happened, and then you told me, and then when I go talk to Heather, it might help her open up about it. Then I already know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's the only reason I laugh, just because it's hard to get Heather open up about anything. I just had
somebody that she cares about. You. Okay. Tells me what's going on. Okay. So what can she tell you, or what can she tell me that you know about?
Well, that she knew this band member before he went to Tennessee to blues jam. I think.
Okay.
And then I'm just trying to think exactly, in the context that she showed me. So anyway, they came out that she had intimate relations with him.
Okay.
And that it wasn't like really, man, I'm trying to think of the right words, but it wasn't mutually agreeable. That's kind of how she made it sound.
Okay.
And then I didn't believe that because she said she took the boys to go see him. And I said, well, why would, if somebody did that to me, I wouldn't ever want to go to wherever they were at again. You know what I mean? I just want to, you know what I mean?
Sure. So let me understand this, okay? So, I mean, that hit me right in the face. So, Heather hooked up with this guy named Scott. Does that sound familiar? Does Scott sound familiar?
I don't know if she ever mentioned, I'm sure, I don't know if she ever mentioned his name. I don't know.
It was in the news report, in the Facebook article, right?
Yeah, I was on the phone, I didn't really read it that close. It's all the print.
Okay, so she goes and meets him at some bar in Greeley, and somehow they connect after they meet, and they're intimate with each other. Now, you say that they were intimate with each other, and that's different than what you told me 2 minutes ago about how it wasn't mutually agreeable. So did Heather tell you that the intimacy that they had was unwanted by one of the parties that was involved in it?
That was kind of the gist where she was headed to.
Okay.
But I didn't really buy it because of the factors that she went to see him after that. And it's like, well, then
When did she go to see him after that?
it was probably the 5th, because she said it was a week ago, and it was on a Wednesday.
Okay. Did she go see him playing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she took her kids. And that's where I said, you just,
Okay, so who didn't want to have sex in that encounter?
I really wish that I feel like I'm like betraying the trust if I tell you.
Well, it's easier that you and I talk about it for when I go and talk to her and just say, hey, look, I heard that there was some sort of contact between you and this guy named Scott, and it was unwanted. And I leave it at that.
Yeah, he went over to her house. So I think that they've probably been seeing each other for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the question is who didn't want it? Was it her? Was it him?
Well, okay, she told me that, she told him no, and he just kept going. And that he raped her. And I feel bad speaking ill of the dead. Right? That's not very polite. And I feel bad breaking her confidence. Like I said, I don't know how believable that is, because why would you go back and see him after that? I mean, would I want to do that? And would you?
That would be tough.
Yeah, she said just because she likes the blues and I was like, I don't know.
And so she saw him again after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and even took the boys to go see him after that. But maybe that's why she took the boys, just so she'd feel safe.
So let me ask you this. How does that make you feel?
Because she takes her boys to make her feel safe.
No, that she's saying that this guy raped her.
If he actually did, or just that she's saying it.
I think that's that's like splitting hairs. I mean, how does that make you feel? She says that this guy raped her.
Well, it just didn't.
How does that make you feel?
I don't think that he actually did. Because,
what was that?
Well, why would she go see him again? You know what I mean? As far as how it makes me feel, rape's a bad thing. I was raped a lot by my uncle when I was a boy.
Yeah.
So I know that it's not cool. And I love her a lot.
Yeah.
But she's done a lot of things to get herself hurt that, I've tried to get in the middle of, and it just backfires on me. So she's her own person, she makes her own decisions, but I guess it disturbs me that somebody would hurt her like that.
Okay. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on here, and there's a lot of things that are kind of evolving and stuff like that, okay? And I'm curious about that date that she had that night that you went over there, okay?
Okay.
So, I have to go to the bathroom right now, so I'm gonna take a real quick break.
Okay.
All right, and I think I'm gonna run. Are you okay? You want some more water?
Yeah, I'll take some more water, please.
All right. Why don't you just hang out here for a second? Do you have to go to the bathroom?
Yeah, no.
Okay. I'm gonna get you some more water.
Okay.
All right.
Put mine down.
And I'm gonna go back and use the restroom real quick. I think Brian's gonna step out with me, and then we'll be right back. Okay? Okay, Brian.
Will not tell her I said anything.
No, I'm not gonna tell her anything about what we talked about.
Just about to. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, hang tight for a second.
Thank you.
All right, so we have some more questions for you. We want to talk a little bit more about what's going on with you and Heather and the other case that we're working on and stuff like that, okay? So, I was kind of, go ahead.
Well, I remember my doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
I thought it was on the 3rd, and I'm pretty sure it was on the 6th.
Okay, so you left after the 6th or prior to the 6th?
I left on the night of the 5th. It was either, yeah, I missed my appointment, so I'm sure I left on the night of the 5th.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, so there's no way that she could ask to borrow my car here. It was more like Thursday or Friday.
Okay. Well, and I'm going to talk to you here in a second about Sunday the 9th and the 10th, okay? And we're going to talk about that in just 1 second, okay? So, you just stay awake on me, okay? I know that you've been up all night.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, I know that you've been awake all night, and we know a lot of things about what's going on with this case right now. That's the reason why we're here to talk to you, okay?
All right.
All right. So, I want to know about your history. You told me that you had said that you were assaulted when you were a little kid by your uncle.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and that you didn't get any justice for that.
No, I never said that. I never got any justice for that.
Okay.
No.
Did you get justice for it?
I don't think that justice applies to something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Why would you tell me that I said I didn't get justice for it?
Because that's what I'm feeling here. Just based on what you're saying, just how you told me.
I didn't even realize that it happened until I was just telling you that it was an ugly business.
Yeah. And I want to talk to you about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even realize it until I was in therapy. That it had happened. It was so bad it was addressed.
Okay. And where did that happen at?
North Range, I was doing EMDR therapy.
All right.
Yeah, and that's how we figured that out.
Okay. So 20 to 30 minutes ago, you told us that last night you were driving around going to all the drill sites and stuff like that. Okay. We know that that's not true.
Okay, that's why I had to get gas in my car. I drove all the way through.
We know that you're driving all night long. Okay. All right.
By all the.
We know that you went to the Pawnee grasslands last night.
That's where we drove up there.
Okay.
Yeah, we drove all over the Pawnee grasslands.
Okay.
There's wells all over up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to September 9th. All right. February 9th. September was from previous conversations. So February 9th, Sunday morning. Okay. We saw your vehicle on the cameras at the Mishawaka Event Center on Highway 14 in Poudre Canyon. Okay. Why don't you tell me about why you were driving up there?
On what day was it?
February 9th.
Right, and I was on September.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
February 9th.
Right.
Driving up the mountains, driving up the Poudre Canyon.
Oh, we went to go eat at the, Glen Echo Lodge.
Okay.
Yeah.
You went and get the Glen Echo Lodge? Okay. You and who else?
Heather and I.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what time did you guys go over there?
It was early because we ate breakfast.
on Sunday the 9th up to the Gleneco Lodge to eat breakfast during a snowstorm.
No, there wasn't snow in that day. No.
You gotta remember that we got your vehicle on camera driving up Highway 14 in front of the Mishawaka Event Center on Highway 14, going to the Clear Canyon in a snowstorm.
I guess I'm just remembering because I don't remember the snowstorm going on up there.
Okay, do you remember what you had for breakfast at the Gleneco Lodge?
It was either I don't. But I remember our waitress was new. Yeah.
What did she look like?
Oh, man. You got a lot of faith in my memory.
Well, you remember that you went up there and you had breakfast and that the waitress was new.
Right.
So I'm just assuming that you can remember what you had for breakfast and what she looked like.
Kevin, there's something else we know too.
Okay.
Saturday night, you, Heather, and Scott were all at Heather's house. We know that. Okay, so why don't you walk us through what happened?
Tell us what happened, Scott.
On Saturday night?
Yeah.
And you don't need to look at the calendar because we know that's what it was.
Right, well, I was just trying to help me remember.
The three of you were at Heather's house for an extended period of time. We know that is fact.
Until Sunday morning. Here's the thing, Kevin. I think that you want to tell me, all right, and you're struggling with getting over a speed bump. We already know that you were there with Scott at Heather's house. Saturday night, the 8th, at 7 o'clock, between 6 and 7 is when Scott got there, okay? You remember when I told you about they were having communications with each other? We know that you were there, that Heather was there, and that Scott was there, all right? This is not something that we can dispute, all right? And so what my purpose is right now is to help you get over that speed bump, okay? Because I know that you want to tell me what
I
happened.
think it was like before when she told me she had faith and she asked me to leave.
Okay.
And that's when I went to my phone for $100.
Okay.
Tell us about being there with Scott.
Yeah. We know that you were there.
I don't remember anything.
Here's the thing,
You named Scott.
you told us that you proposed to her. I mean, you feel very deeply for this woman.
I love her with all my heart.
I get that. And what you're telling us, there's no doubt that you love her more than anything. And love a woman more than anything in this world. And, it doesn't sound like she's toying with you, but not intentionally, but for her,
That's not intentional.
for her to go out and you know that she had intimate relations with Scott. That's like not only sticking something in your chest, but it's twisting it too. I can imagine you feel pretty awful.
I'm pretty callous to it from all the years that's been going on.
Yeah, you might be callous to it, but there's still something though that, if not, making you feel bad, your pride. Okay?
Oh, no, it's not good pride, just my self-worth. It just makes me feel like, I try to do everything I can. I still don't mean nothing to her.
So sure you do. So you're at this house with Heather, with Scott, the guy that you know she has slept with.
That would be awkward.
That would be very awkward. Tell us what happened there. You're with your person you proposed to a week later.
Right.
Ben Scott's there.
I don't even remember anybody named Scott. But I know.
Did you not know his name?
No, I don't know his name.
All right, so can you tell me what did he look like? Because there was somebody there. Did he have glasses?
Seeing anybody when I was there.
Were you guys eating dinner?
No, I asked her if we could go out to dinner.
Were they eating dinner? Because you've already said
so.
Because you already said that you were there with him. Okay.
No,
About 2 minutes ago you said that.
I said I don't remember him being there when I was there. I was there at 4. And that's when I asked her if we could go to dinner. And she laid me $100 against my phone.
And we know you got him there at 6:30. We know you were there between 6:30. Actually, the entire evening you were there.
We know that you were there all night.
We know that. We also know he was there the entire evening. And Heather was there the entire evening. When I said the entire evening, all the way up until Sunday morning.
No, that doesn't make any sense at all, guys. I want to hang out with her if she had to do that. No.
This is your opportunity to get your side out.
We need to get ahead of this, Kevin. We need to get ahead of it. Okay? And from what we're talking about here, I can tell just based on your facial expressions that you know some stuff that's going on that you want to talk about. Just like when you were talking about how there was some personal stuff between this guy, Scott, and Heather, okay, that you didn't want to talk about. I think that there is some stuff that's here right now that we need to talk about, okay? And I think that you need to get it off your chest because I think you're going to feel a lot better once you do. I think that you're going to feel free and you're going to be able to get all this off your chest. I think that you're going to be able to do something and feel a lot better about this, okay? So why don't we just talk about it? It doesn't hurt to talk.
Yeah, we've been talking.
I know.
All night.
But I think that there's more that you want to tell us about what happened on Saturday night with Scott, okay? And Heather, and what your frustrations were there, okay? We know that you were there all night, okay? And I think that as soon as we can accept that,
I'm not falling asleep.
no, I don't think you are. I'm trying to think about what's going on. But I think the minute that we start getting to the acceptance that we know that Scott and Heather and Kevin were inside that house. 2162 35th Avenue Court in Greeley, number 2. Okay?
That is the address.
That's the address. Okay? As soon as we can get past that speed bump of you telling us that you were there and that you had contact with Scott, we can work all of this out. Okay? You will feel free at that point and feel a lot better about this. So let's get past that point and tell me about when you first had contact with him.
I would like to, but I don't remember that. I don't remember it snowing on the morning of the night when we drove up. I mean,
So you did drive up there?
On the night, yeah, we went to eat breakfast.
Okay.
At the Clinical Lodge.
Okay. We know that you and Heather were in that car together going up there with your cell phone, the same cell phone that you pawned that you said that you guys were going up there from 5 5:30, 6:30 in the morning, something like that, very early in the morning. So that puts you leaving her house at 35th Avenue, driving up the Poudre Canyon, okay? Passing the Mishawaka, going to the Glen, okay? So we know that you two would get
Sunday.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, I know that makes sense to me.
Well,
Driving an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, almost 2 hours, up to Glen Echo when it's snowing, bad weather, on Sunday.
and see, I don't remember it being bad weather.
What was that?
I don't remember it being bad weather. I thought it was pleasant.
Right, we have the video of the weather conditions.
Okay.
When Heather works on Sunday night, on Sunday mornings at Doug's Diner,
Right.
we don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to us.
Right to you to work, you know. So we know that you were there. We're trying to understand all of this, okay?
Right, me too.
And here's the thing. This whole case that we're investigating, the press release that you were at her house when she showed you the phone,
Right.
okay?
Right.
Okay, where did we find Scott? You said that you didn't want to speak ill of the dead. I told you that he was a missing person. Okay, you said that you didn't want to speak ill of the dead.
Right.
We found him the next day up the Poudre Canyon in Pingree Park. Okay, we know that he was with you and Heather the night before at Heather's house. And then we found him on Monday in Pingree Park. Okay?
I remember the title to the article that said homicide victim. I remember that.
Okay. We're past that, right? Okay. We are telling you that we know that you and Heather on the 9th in a snowstorm drove up to Pingree Park.
It wasn't a snowstorm, guys.
I can show you the video.
Okay, well, we're talking semantics.
That is-
It was snowing.
You were there.
Yeah, it wasn't.
So why did you guys go up to Pingree Park? What did you have to do up in Pingree Park?
I don't remember going to Pingree Park. Where it was, yeah, Pingree.
You took Scott up there, didn't you? You and Heather took Scott up there.
I've never even seen the streets you guys are calling Scott.
No.
I've never
No,
even seen
no, we're not talking that, okay? Kevin, we need to get past that. We have you in the house with him at the same time.
Okay, and I don't believe that either.
Who else was in the house?
I don't know who was in there.
And somebody else might have killed Scott? Whatever. We need to know your side of the story. Okay? It's Saturday night, Sunday. Talking about Saturday night and Sunday.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was he abusing her when you walked in on him? It's okay. I'm thinking that what happened is that you went over to the house to talk to her again, and he was there, and he was probably getting a little lippy about it. Kevin? I'm thinking that what happened was there was some sort of conflict between him and her, and you wanted to protect her. And things went wrong. Things went bad. And this is when we need to start getting ahead of this. We need to start talking about this right now. Okay? Because I'm not sure if we're going to be able to talk again in the future. I want to be able to get your story out there. All right? And I think your story is important. I think what happened was that you went over there and she was there and he was there and bad things started happening, that there was some sort of a fight. And you stepped in and you needed to protect Heather.
Is that what's going on, Kevin?
Tell us. You can tell us. We're not going to be mad at you.
I'm trying to think, guys, really, I am.
It's okay. You can tell us. Kevin?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember.
You're trying to hide from this. You remember.
No, I'm trying to remember. I have where I check out disassociation.
Because you got angry, you got upset, you were frustrated, you saw something that really bothered you about the contact between
I don't know why I have disassociation syndrome, but I've had it for years and years and years, and I lose big chunks of time sometimes. Sometimes I'll come out to my car, I'll wake up in my car, it'll be like 4 hours later, and there'll be like flip-flops. I never wear flip-flops. Brand new flip-flops from Walmart. I never shop at Walmart. You know what I mean? This is the type of stuff that, yeah, it's fucking bad, man. You guys are sitting here telling me this stuff, and I honestly, I don't fucking remember it.
I think you do. And I think that you need to let it off your chest so that you feel better about this. So that we can get past this point, because right now we're at a roadblock. And as soon as you accept what we're telling you happened, and you tell us what you saw, and we get past that point, then we can move forward. Okay, we were sitting at some sort of a block that I think that you're having a hard time in accepting. And as soon as you accept that, we're good. Okay?
All right, Kevin, tell us what happened on Saturday.
Tell us.
I don't remember, guys.
Yeah, you do.
I think you do.
We also know that you dropped his car off in the King Soopers parking lot. Okay? That's on Tuesday. That's on security footage.
We have you on security footage driving that car over there and parking it, and then walking back to Heather's house. This is several days. We're talking the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th. There's a lot of things that happened. Why did you drive this car over to the King Soopers?
I don't remember driving anybody's car. King Soopers was in my own.
Kevin, I know that this is tough, but I think that you're almost there to tell us. I think that you want to tell us. I think that you want to get it off your chest.
If I could help you guys.
I think you want to help us.
I do want to help you guys. You guys have been really cool.
We've been very cool, okay? And I think that you want to tell me.
I want to be helpful, you know what I mean?
I really believe that. But I think you want to, but there's something that's holding you back. And I know that this story about how you can't remember or that you black out, I'm not buying it. And I'm pretty sure that Ryan's not buying it either, okay?
Call my psychiatrist again.
No, that's not what this is about. This is about you remembering what happened. This is about you remembering what happened on the 8th and what you did on the 9th, okay? And how you dropped his car off on the 11th, okay?
And Kevin, these things, they're not disputable. We know they happened. We know for a fact you were at Heather's house Sunday or Saturday all night. She didn't tell you to go away. You didn't spend the night at Choice. We also know that the guy you know was the trumpet player, the band member. He was there Saturday night too.
Yeah, that would have been memorable, guys.
But you can remember, hold on a second. Let's back up for a second. You're telling me that you can't remember what happened on the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, or the 11th. But you can tell me that you know that you remember her having contact with him back in January and about how they were going out on a date and how they had
In January.
Listen to me. Pay attention to what I'm saying, okay? And that we've got her showing you the press release and that she was really upset about it.
Let's take a break.
Okay?
Now,
So
Yeah.
Let's get past that. We know that you have memory and that you remember stuff. Okay? This stuff about you not remembering, I'm not buying it, Ryan's not buying it. We know that you were there. You know that you were there, and you just want to tell us what happened. And I think that once you tell us what happened, you're going to feel a lot better about it. Okay?
We're going to take a morning break so you can stretch and use the facilities if you need to. I want to instruct you until the trial is completed. Please don't discuss this case with anybody. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about this case outside of the courtroom. And finally, it's especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes, so about 11:51 or so. Okay? Let's all please rise for the jury. Sorry, 10:51, not 11:51. Okay, welcome to be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. Any issues before we recess for 15 minutes?
Your Honor, I would just like to make a record that we paused the part one of the video at timestamp. It's 12 noon exactly and 43 seconds on the video.
Okay, so there's another, how much longer on this video? 20 minutes or so?
Let's see, the part one of the video ends at 12:22 and 55 seconds. So, yeah, 22 minutes.
Okay, and then we'll take, you'll switch it out and we'll continue watching part two?
Correct.
Okay, great. And Charlotte, I would like you to be present for that switch, just in case. Okay, we'll see you back in about 15 minutes. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Just the thing I thought about was what happened.
Treating him in bed.
we'll pause again, okay?
Yes.
At noon, yes.
So about 5 minutes, we'll back. Just gonna stick around like 20 minutes, we'll do the switch of DVD. Okay, so we're back on the record. Outside the presence of the jury in People versus Kevin Eastman, 20 CR 461. Any issues before we have the jurors return to continue watching the interview?
No issue, Chair.
No, sir, thank you.
So we'll finish this DVD for about 20 minutes. We'll do the switch. And then we'll go to about noon today and take our lunch break, okay?
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Please rise.
Okay, welcome to be seated. And we're now on the record, it's 10:54 with the jurors. We're going to continue playing that DVD. The plan is that there's about 20 minutes left on this DVD, then we'll switch it out with the next DVD, and then we'll end about noon, then start up again about 1:15, okay?
So just tell us, okay? Let's stop playing games. The faster that we get through this, we can get out of this room, okay? We can go about our lives, okay? So tell us, what happened Saturday night with Scott? He was there. You showed up. Served there. You remember when we talked about how we were all men in this room? We're gonna start being men. We're gonna start talking about this stuff. Okay?
Well, what if I could? I mean, I remember showing up. That's the first place I went when I got into town, and I really don't have any idea what day that was. But I mean, realistically, you guys get pretty technical about stuff. That's usually what you got to do. And I remember they were serving around 4.
Okay.
And she told me to leave.
And you didn't?
I thought I liked one of Troy's. Yeah. But that's been, I mean,
It's been one week.
pardon me.
It's been 1 week. If you did go to Troy's, you went back. Any promise about that? She told you that she had a date. You know, if you go back, then you might see this guy and confront him about being with Heather.
I remember all that. Well, if he was there, I wouldn't want to be around any of that. You know what I mean?
Why?
Because it's just awkward. I've had her
It frustrates you.
do that before. Cause I don't know what the word is, but
It upsets you.
like I said, I don't know the word. I just know that it sucks. That makes me feel worthless. You know, like to be around.
I don't think anybody likes to be around that. Anybody likes to be made to feel like they're worthless.
Right. But I guess I am because I can't even remember.
You're not worthless, man.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I can't remember shit.
I think you can.
Well, you guys don't need me to. It sounds like you got everything you need. You know?
Well, what about your side of the story? Because everyone has their side of the story.
I don't think that you intended to go over there and hurt him. But it did. It happened. You went over there, you saw him, and you got upset. And things went bad from there.
I don't even remember being there, guys.
Well, you said that you were there.
Well, I stopped off to sell the dash rack to dinner and see if I could see the boys, see if we could make it like old times. If she would lend me money on my phone. And she said she wouldn't go, but she'd give me money on my phone. Because she had a date and she wanted me to leave.
And how did that make you feel?
Got there.
And how did that make you feel? That upset you, didn't it?
No, it was just like, I don't know what you call it. Disappointment. I was just disappointed. But I'm so used to it. Like I said, it's hard to say about somebody that you love, but she's just, I can't say it, but she's been that way her whole life, man. Her mom even says that she's always going to be like that. There's no use in getting upset about it.
All right, Kevin. Obviously, you don't want to tell us what happened on Saturday, Sunday. We're going to have to... So, we have a tracker on your car. We know exactly where you went last night. Everywhere you went last night. Okay? Tell us what you were doing at the oil sites that you went to. We're going to go to every single one of them. Understand that? And I know your side of the story. And we can't play this memory thing because you said you remember driving all of the different oil sites. So you know you were there. You told us you were there.
Right, and you guys had a tracker on my car.
Yeah, we have a tracker in your car.
How do you guys get away with that with the 14th Amendment?
It's called a search warrant.
That's under the Fourth Amendment. Okay.
All right, I was just curious.
Where's Heather?
What?
Where's Heather?
She's probably at work.
She's not at work.
She's not home.
And her car's home.
And we're at her house. Okay.
Run that by me again?
Where is Heather?
I thought she'd be at work.
She's not there. Okay.
And you're saying her car's at her house?
And she's not at her house.
She could be with Mike. I mean...
You were there last night? You were at her house last night?
I was at her house yesterday afternoon. We spent the whole day together. And then, like I said, she got mad. She's disappeared with Mike for a couple of days before. She almost lost her job over it once. Yeah.
Okay. So, let's talk about what you did Saturday night. You say that you don't remember. You say that you went there, you went back to Troy's house. Okay, we know that's not true, but where did you go?
Saturday night.
Saturday night, when she had a date with Scott.
I don't know, I can't remember Saturday.
Okay, so we're going to talk to Troy. Okay? And Troy's probably going to tell us that you were at his house all over the weekend. Okay? We know that you were there all night long. Okay, your cell phone was there all night long. You were there all night long. Your car was there all night long. And so was Scott, and Scott's cell phone.
Okay, who else we talked to? So we're at the sheriff's office, Glen Echo Resort. Who do they call when there's emergencies? They call the sheriff's office. We have an incredible relationship with Glen Echo.
Nice.
I know for a fact they have very good security cameras.
Right?
I was gonna see you there on Sunday.
Yeah, you guys will. I promise you, find that waitress.
You can't describe her to us. You can't tell us who her name is.
Hold on. No, I don't remember her name.
You can't even tell us what you had at breakfast that morning.
I can tell you where we sat. I remember that. I remember where we sat. I remember the waitress. She hadn't been there very long. Oh gosh, man, we were really there, guys. We were really there. I can tell you that Heather spent $70 on a 6-pack. No, it would have been $70. When she went upstairs to the liquor store, there should be proof of her credit card receipt. Because I think we paid cash for the breakfast. I don't know. We were really there. We really ate.
Okay, so you were at the Glen Echo. You're saying that you were there. Okay, but either before Glen Echo or after Glen Echo, you took a drive up to Pingree Park. Okay, you went up in the mountains and you were checking Forest Service road gates. And you guys drove up there. Okay?
I think Heather was sick.
Okay. You guys got up there and what did you guys do?
And she wanted to go up to the mountains. And I made her feel better, so then we double try and eat.
Okay. You guys drove up there and what did you do? You guys parked.
That's when we're going to Glen Echo.
Kevin,
Okay.
are you covering for Heather?
Did Heather do something?
Was Heather defending herself against this guy? You went over there, she freaked out, there was a mess, and being the devoted partner you were to her,
You helped her, didn't you?
you cleaned up Heather's mess.
It's okay.
Well, I know that I should love her a lot. And now you guys got me worried because she didn't go to work today.
Kevin, let's talk about this weekend. We're not talking about today. Okay. You guys went up to the Poudre Canyon. You went up to Pingree Park. You went up there to drop Scott off. Okay? Because something happened between her and Heather, and you went to help her out because you are devoted to her. You will do anything to help her when she's in a jam. She doesn't respect you, but you will respect her. You will do anything to help her get out of a mess, right?
I love her a lot.
You do.
She loves me.
And you will love her to the point where you will help her do this. Kevin, what happened?
You're saying that this
We're saying that you were there and we know that you were there and you helped her get out of this.
We need to hear from you, Kevin. We need to hear from you.
What did Heather do?
I don't know, man. This is just crazy.
What were you doing this past week at Heather's house? Were you helping her clean up?
I always help Heather clean up. She lets her house kind of get kind of bad.
Okay, but you were tearing up stuff? You were tearing up stuff, helping her clean up the mess?
I don't tear up nothing.
Okay.
No. I tear dishes a lot and wipe all the counters down.
Did you help Heather take Scott up to the mountains and drop his body off because you didn't want her to get in trouble? Is that what happened? So that's what happened. We can make sense of this. But we gotta hear that from you.
understand that.
We want to hear the truth from you.
Can you hypnotize me?
No, you know what the truth is.
No, we're not going to try to hypnotize you.
You know what the truth is, easier, guys.
No, what's going to be easier is if we get past that speed bump and you tell us exactly what happened, because we know that you know what happened. We know that you were up there, that you were at her house all night, and that something happened between her and Scott, and you helped her. It's okay. You know what? We can try and minimize that as much as possible, but we need to know what happened. Okay? So why don't you tell us about what happened after the fight? You can no.
There was a fight.
No. You can tell us that there was some sort of a fight there. Whether it was between Heather and Scott or you and Scott, you need to tell us what happened, because we know that you were there and that something happened and it was violent, and then you took him up to Pingree Park and you helped her put Scott up there. Okay? We need to get past if it was Heather that did this or if it was you that did this, but we need to get past it, because Scott, just like you, has a sister that cared about him, that would do anything for him. Okay? He has family members that want to know what happened. And you're the only person that can tell us what happened. And you need to tell us. Kevin, you need to tell us. Kevin?
You're obviously devoted to Heather, and you would do anything for her.
And your body right now is telling me that you want to tell me. You're leaning into it. You want to tell us what's going on. You remember exactly what happened that night. And you just need to tell us. You can tell us. Kevin, look at me. You can tell us. Okay? We're not here to hurt you. We're here to help you. Okay? You can tell us.
You guys have been really decent.
We're trying to.
Guys.
We are trying to be as decent as possible. We're trying to help you get past that.
Even if it was just to help Heather out.
It's okay, Kevin. You can tell us. You can tell us. Just tell us. You're right there. Kevin, look at me. Tell us. Okay, I understand. You were in a bad spot.
I don't know, man.
You were in a real bad spot, and you were going to feel so much better when you tell us what happened. It's okay.
If I can remember, guys,
You can remember. Kevin, you can remember. You can remember.
And Kevin, the ring on your left finger, you're not married to Heather, okay? People put rings on their left finger when they're devoted to somebody, when they love somebody, when they make a commitment to somebody. I'm assuming that's because you are committed and you love Heather. And that commitment, in your mind, also means helping her out, okay? Heather, she might have made a bad mistake, but that doesn't mean that mistake needs to be yours too, okay? It's come to the point where you can't cover for her
she's
anymore.
got her kids and her job and her car and her place.
Her kids are grown. They can take care of themselves.
Oh, but Danny, their mom,
It's okay. They'll still have her mom. Okay?
You know what? Kevin? Just between the three of us here, Scott is not a good guy. Do you think that you did something to Heather? Do you think she's the first one? Hell no.
Scott was a rapist. Okay? This not a good guy.
Hey Kevin, I've seen your Facebook. You made a comment about pedophiles.
they should be young.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Okay. Scott was not a good guy. Heather to him was just another conquest. Nothing more than that.
watching us build.
You, on the other hand, Heather, you're devoted to Heather.
You know what you showed Heather during all this? That she can rely on you. That you're dependable. You were doing
I showed it up for years and years and years.
But what you just did was you just showed her. Kevin, it's okay, you can tell us. Scott wasn't a good guy. I know that we don't want to talk ill about the dead, but you know what? It is what it is. Okay? Scott wasn't a good guy. Scott did something to Heather. That pissed you off. That pissed Heather off. Things went bad, and you guys had to clean it up. And we were that far away from knowing everything. Okay?
We need to hear from you.
We need to hear from you. We do.
We need to hear from you. That's what happens. You're right there on Saturday night, Kevin.
You went over to the house, you knocked on the door, Heather answered.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
There's a lot more than that, because that's where you're stopping, and that's what you're afraid of. You're afraid of telling us what happened after that. This wasn't just a 7-10 minute conversation about your cell phone. Okay? This was about somebody that you love, that you're devoted to. You want to show her that you're dependable.
And here she is trying to spend time with a guy that is going to take advantage of her.
Well, that's where she's probably at right now. She always picks losers.
But no, she didn't. Okay, because she's with you. And you're devoted to her. You love her. You're going to do anything for her.
You're right there.
Thank you.
Tell us.
Thank you, lover.
Kevin.
You do love her, and that's very obvious. But it's come to the point now where Heather might need to stand on her own a little bit. And you need to tell us what happened. You tried to help Heather. You tried to protect her from Scott. You tried to protect her from other guys. And it's time now.
I'll just try and show her what a real man is so she won't go through this stuff with other guys.
And how did you show her?
Situation.
How did you show her?
By working hard, by cleaning the house, by loving her, by getting her flowers, by making her coffee in the morning. Just all the little things, you know what I mean? Having the house clean when she got home, if I didn't work. All the cool stuff you want somebody to do for you, you know? That's how I tried to show her. Upset me so bad I had to go talk to her. I tried to go talk to her mom and my dad.
When was this?
Sometime up here.
We're going to talk about Saturday and Sunday.
It's okay.
Okay?
All right.
So did you go talk to her mom or your dad Saturday night after something upset you so bad? Is it night that you went over there? Is that when this happened?
I know that when I finally got down to Colorado Springs, Mom was asleep at 9:30. And then I don't know where my dad lives, so then I had to borrow.
But that wasn't Saturday night because you were driving up the Cougar Canyon past the Mission Walk on Sunday morning. Okay?
Yeah, I go to breakfast. Usually we eat breakfast at that lodge. I go to the bathroom.
You want to stay here?
No, you stay in.
Okay.
That's the end of disc 192.
We'll now be hearing from Exhibit 193.
So many people to see. Okay?
If I could remember, I'd tell you, man.
No, you can remember. I know that you can remember. Okay?
Yes.
You can't. You can't wish about this. This is something that was there. Okay? You know Scott was a bad guy. You said that Scott...
I don't even know Scott.
I know, but you said that Scott sexually assaulted her. Okay? Either if you believed it or not, but you're right. You say shit happened. Okay? And this is something that happened to you. Okay? And you wanted to show her how devoted you were.
No, I could show Heather everything in the world and she'd still just be Heather. One minute she loves me, the next minute she don't.
Does she love you right now?
Would have to ask her, I don't know.
Okay, well, where's she at?
I thought she was at work.
She's not at work.
You know, obviously she doesn't love me because she's probably screwing Mike again.
Okay. Kevin? Okay, you're not answering a lot of questions for us. You're not...
I'm sorry, guys.
You're making this really hard for me right now to understand what's going on, and I want to understand for you.
I don't understand what's going on either. So you're pretty much saying that this dude this musician guy, I'll leave the bad stuff about him out, but
You can only... Hold on, Kevin. Why don't you just say his name? You can say his name. Scott. Okay? You're having a hard time saying his name.
yeah, well, I never did it, dude.
You met him Saturday night.
No, I don't remember meeting him. I don't. But yeah, so. That's pretty crazy. I'm just starting to piece it together now.
Can I see your boots for a second?
Yeah.
Let's see the bottom of your boots.
I don't know the best way to show it to you.
Okay. There you go.
Did you want to look at the other one?
Down.
Okay.
So, look at me, Kevin. Okay.
I know you guys are probably tired and frustrated. I'm sorry I can't answer your questions any better, but could we possibly, jog my memory? I know you don't believe that I can't remember. I put 3 different scenarios together.
What scenarios are we going to put together?
I got one.
Okay.
I got one for you.
I mean, maybe.
Here's a scenario, Kevin. These are messages from Heather to Scott.
Oh, please.
No, it's not detailed. It's not detailed.
I don't want you to get any of that. That's no, please.
Kevin, she's just asking to come over, okay?
These are the messages from Saturday night.
You're not the bad guy.
I don't want to hear it.
Okay, you're the victim here, Kevin.
No, I'm never a victim.
Okay,
No, I'm a victim.
you didn't want to see his texts, but it's between Heather and Scott.
Yeah.
She's saying come over, okay? Hey, Kevin, you know what this is? If I looked at this, I wouldn't know what this was either until somebody explained it. So I'm going to explain it to you, okay? Do you recognize where this is? This is the King Supers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is
Heather's house. It's right here. Okay? It's kind of hard to see with...
the line can't pick up no characters.
The blue dots. Okay, there's a cell tower at that church that is north. That cell tower tells us that you were at Heather's house at 6:30 on Saturday night. You know what else it tells us? It tells us that Scott was there at 6:30 Saturday night. But it also tells us that Heather was there. Okay, what I think happened is, with these notes, Heather invited him over. Okay, we know she invited him over. Unless you invited him over, pretending to be Heather. But I don't think that happened. I think Heather did it. So she put you in this position. This is not refutable. We can't argue about this. We know you, Heather, and Scott were at the house. You can look at it all you want. But this tells us that we know you, Heather, and Scott were at her house all at the same time. I think what happened, based on these text messages, she invited him over. You had no idea about that. You might have just walked in on something. Okay? Heather put you in this position. We know all three of you were there all night. Not just at 6:30. It started at 6:30. And
Yeah, I thought it was 4:30.
I was 4:30, 6:30.
Right.
We know for a fact,
I'm not there because of stuff sometimes.
based on this technology, that all three of you were there. You were there at 6:30, and you left the next morning, Sunday, to go up to the mountains. We know, because that's your car. We know it's snowing. We know the roads are snowy. That's your car. That's the front end damage to your car. Right? That is your car. We know that you went up to Pingree Park. But Kevin, we also know that you probably walked into this and it might have caught you by surprise. Heck, if I walked home and there was a guy at my house with my wife, you know how I would react?
I wouldn't.
I'd be
It's
pissed.
a whole different situation though.
I'd get pissed.
Well, then what was the situation?
Oh, I told Heather that it was over like 6 weeks ago. She wanted to come over to see me, and I said, I just gotta get on with my life. I'm tired of you destroying my life. So I'm not her husband. I'm not, she can do whatever she wants with whoever, you know.
And this night,
Just because I still love her doesn't.
this night though, you said she's destroying your life. Kevin, I couldn't agree more. I don't know how you have dealt with this number of years. This night, when she put you in this position with this guy who is not a good guy, he's a rapist. Okay? By her putting you in this position, you had no choice. This was Heather's doing.
No.
She was with a rapist that night. You come home, she's with a guy. You are nothing but devoted to her. I can tell by the ring on your finger.
Right, but it has never done any good. It's just in this position I wouldn't like right now.
Does she wear a ring on her finger? No? But you do, and that tells me that you're devoted to her. Kevin, we need to know your side of the story.
Like, guys, I want to tell you, like,
Hey, tell us.
we got there, but like, I thought it was like 4:35, maybe.
Walk us through. What happened when you went in the house?
Take it one step at a time. I didn't go in the house, I stayed outside on the front porch. I had my volunteer, she gave me money. She asked me to leave and I split. And I thought about going to see her kids.
But you didn't. We know you didn't, Kevin. You stayed there. You didn't.
And this is you the next morning.
You were there all night. We know you were.
But whatever happened had to be so bad, I blocked it out, guys. If you guys are saying I was there, I don't remember it. I blocked it out for some reason. It was some kind of trauma.
This is your opportunity, Kevin, to get your side of the story out. And I can't accept that that's your story, is that you can't remember.
Pretty terrible, huh?
The 8th, Saturday the 8th, Sunday the 9th. Here's the information that shows you going up with Heather. With Scott's body in the car. It's gross. In the back of that car. You know, Scott, Kevin, you say it's gross. And you know what? When you're devoted like you are to Heather, you're going to do what you have to do. And you're going to take care of business. If that means Heather made a really big mistake and you're going to clean it up, so be it. Because you know what? Not only are you a hard worker, but you're devoted to her, you're going to take care of things. You're going to take care of her. Even if she puts you in bad situations. Did she put you in a bad situation that night, Kevin? Did Heather and Scott put you in a bad situation that night?
I still don't know this gentleman you guys are calling Scott.
You know who it is. It's the guy that was found dead up in Pingree Park. It's the guy that was exchanging texts with Heather. It's the guy that was at Heather's house on Saturday night. Did the two of them put you in a bad spot?
I don't remember that.
Being a devoted man, you did what you had to do.
I don't know, man.
I can tell this is very emotional for you, that she was communicating with this guy.
Oh, yeah.
That brings up a lot of
I just
strong
don't
emotions.
want to see it, yeah. That's why I had to move out, because she was doing stuff like that. And I could live right there and see it. And when I moved out, and she still did it, it wasn't that bad, you know, and she's doing it, so I wasn't right there. So I'd like reading out.
So it sounds like, pardon what I'm saying, but it's just like ignorance is bliss. If you don't know it, it's not happening. I'm turning a blind eye.
It does hurt as bad, yeah.
But you know what happened on Saturday night? You couldn't turn a blind eye. Because Heather put you in a bad spot. You could no longer turn a blind eye on her behavior and the fact that she was with a guy that didn't deserve her. I don't know. He didn't deserve to be with Heather. You deserve to be with Heather. Because you are respectful to her, you're dedicated, you're a hard worker, and you're going to do what it takes to watch after her.
She was danger, yeah. I deserve to be with her, but
This guy didn't deserve to be with her. He was a rapist.
and I think she always goes for others.
They don't deserve her. They don't deserve her, Kevin. You do. If she's going to treat you right.
Yeah, that's why I had to leave and move in with my sisters.
Scott, you were there that night. All night with the two of them. It was your opportunity to get your side of the story, Kevin.
I don't remember that. That would have been, yeah. That wouldn't happen. I wanted to tell her I wanted to go nowhere around that because it hurts. No, I just leave. Guys, what's sorry,
Don't be sorry.
Well, I am, because I can't.
Let me ask you a question.
He has what you want,
Kevin, let me ask you a question. You have a necklace around your neck. What is it?
It's a cross, stainless steel.
Stainless steel cross. What's the meaning of it?
Same thing on this.
Devotion? Devotion to what?
It's a pretty good question. Just faith.
Faith in what?
Just faith for the purpose of faith. Faith in good.
Faith that you'll do right.
Pardon me.
Faith that you will do right. The difference between right and wrong.
Yeah, the only thing needed for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing.
Okay. Well, here's a chance for you to do something good. To follow your faith. That cross that's on your chest right now, that's covering your heart. This is your chance to do good. And by telling us what happened, you can do good. Believe in your faith. Believe in your faith and do good. Because when you look at all of this stuff right here, you have something to tell me. And that cross wants you to tell me about this. Okay? And the longer that we go back on this whole I can't remember stuff, you are not doing good to your faith. Okay? So you need to be faithful to yourself and to everything.
Hey, Kevin, right now, what picture does this paint?
I'm not too smart, guys. I'm skilled with my eyes.
I'm going to tell you I'm not smart either, okay? But here's the thing. You have faith to do good.
Scott was killed
That's
Saturday night. You were with Scott Saturday night. Heather was with Scott Saturday night.
no,
The next day, their vehicle was seen going up the Critter Canyon. His body, his dead body, is found the next day. You and Heather, we know you went there. Number one, your cell phone shows us you went there. Number two, we have photos, okay? This is your opportunity to say, hey, I know what this looks like, guys, but you know what? I was in a bad situation. Scott made me do this. Heather made me do this. I didn't have a choice. Yeah, we were together all night. All three of you were there at Heather's house that night. That's not disputable, Kevin.
I'm just kidding, because it's not true. I'm sorry, guys.
And Kevin,
no way.
it's true that you drove his car over to the Kersey parking lot. Okay?
We have you on camera in that car.
I don't believe that either, guys.
So you're willing to tell me that you're going to say, no, I wasn't there, despite the irrefutable evidence that you were at that house.
I wasn't at that house.
Kevin, it's not refutable. I know you were. And now this is the time for you to explain it. Say, yeah, guys, I know what this looks like, but you know what? I'll tell you what happened there. I was put in a bad situation.
No matter what I say, it doesn't matter.
It matters to me.
Poor guy's dead, if he's rapist or not. I've only beat so much of it.
Let me talk about something for a second, okay? So we have all of your cell phones, okay?
Right?
We have Heather and Scott talking beforehand. we have something happening that night, okay? And the next morning, your cell phone and your car going up to the same place where Scott's body was dumped, okay? And burned, okay? And you know that happened, okay? And we know things that were happening last night, okay? You told me in the beginning of this that you were burning stuff. You were burning stuff for this, you were burning weeds, you have the smell on there. Your footprint, your vibrant footprint, boot mark, is in the snow where his body was found and burned. And you're burning stuff today. You are trying to do what you can to help Heather out, to get rid of a bad guy. There are too many things that are coming together in this whole thing.
Heather's fucking, she's getting hurt.
Now here's the thing, you haven't said no yet that it didn't happen, okay? You haven't argued that it didn't happen. You're saying that I don't remember.
Well, I don't, so I can't argue one way or the other. If I remember it, I tell you that's one way or the other.
So it happened.
You know what I mean?
And you know what, you just need to tell us that it happened.
Tell us the truth, Kevin.
You were there. You helped her clean it up. You helped him take the body up to Pingree Park and dump him in the snow and then light him on fire. You walked over to the dead tree and took branches off of a dead tree and piled branches on top of him. And you lit his body on fire. Just like you were burning stuff today. It's indisputable.
You know what other story somebody might tell, Kevin? These messages, somebody has to say, these messages were not sent by Heather. They were sent by you.
You had her phone.
And you had her phone. You were setting this guy.
She had my phone.
You were setting this guy up. You were setting this guy up. You were going to ambush him.
Why would I say him up? Why would I care? She's a whore. That's what she does.
She's having sex with him, and it was the final straw. You set this guy. Kevin, I'm just telling you what some people might say.
Right.
You set this guy up. You lured him to Heather's house. You killed him. Okay? You know what? I don't think that's what happened. I don't think you lured him there with the intent to kill him. Okay? But some people are going to say that. I think what happened is you were put in a bad situation. And you did what any devoted man would do.
I wasn't even there, guys. I wasn't. I was the next day, whatever the fuck of that restaurant, I wasn't there.
Yeah?
Kevin, remember your faith. Remember that cross around your neck. Remember your devotion to being a good guy, to doing what's right. Everyone to know what's right. This is your chance to be right now. And by telling us what happened, and you know what happened, this is your chance to tell us what happened.
Ask Heather. She can tell you if she wants.
And then when Heather tells us what you did,
whatever she said, I'll agree to. I'll agree to whatever she tells you guys.
You know what? Along those lines, Kevin, what do you think Heather's going to say? Tell us in your mind what Heather is going to say about that night. The night you were there, the night Scott was there, and the night she was there. What is Heather going to say? Because Heather's going to have her story. You need to have yours. And saying, I can't remember, is not a story. That's not your side.
No, that's what sucks. I honestly don't know. That's why you have to ask Heather.
So what's Heather going to say?
I don't know. I don't know, I think she'd say what I've been telling you guys, that I wasn't there.
Well, we know you were there, okay? And this is your chance. This is your chance, Kevin, to tell us what happened. Get your side of the story out.
Doesn't matter if the guy's still dead.
We're not looking at we're talking about what happened on the 8th, or the 9th. Nothing before that. As far as I'm concerned, you have a clean slate.
Thanks, they won't look at that. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys.
What is Heather gonna tell us?
What are you sorry about?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't remember until you guys were
Kevin?
what happened. Because I don't, the way I remember it, I went there.
Kevin?
She don't want to go out.
We just trip back from Larimer Resort. What do you think they told us?
That I had scrambled eggs.
No.
What?
That you guys were there.
Oh, bullshit, we were there. I guarantee you, Paul Heather's credit card statements from the liquor store up top.
We pulled the credit card statements from Larimer.
Right, from the liquor store. Yeah, we were there, I guarantee you. Okay, if you guys are gonna lie to me, I'm trying to be as honest as I can with you guys. If you guys...
Have we lied to you yet?
Just now, yeah. Well, it's a mystery, dude. Forgive me. It's a miscommunication between Glen Echo and you guys.
But we haven't lied about anything else that's been going on in this entire conversation. Why would I lie to you now?
Well, I don't know. Right? But I know what I know. You know what I mean?
How'd you guys pay for the breakfast?
That's what I'm trying to think. But I know she got liquor. Okay, I paid for the breakfast because I told her I get the breakfast you make it. I wish I could remember the exact amount of the ticket. Yeah. I remember a Super Crown Love is $7.99. One from there is probably still in the back of my car. We went to that restaurant, guys. I don't know nothing about this guy getting party down. I don't know nothing about whatever happened between him and Heather at Heather's house when I wasn't there.
You were there.
No, I wasn't, man. I wasn't.
And then you dropped his car off at King Supers on Tuesday.
No way.
So here's the deal, Kevin. This stuff, like I said, is irrefutable. That this stuff it's fact. What do you think people are going to believe? Fact or I can't remember.
Already blocked out. Well, no matter what people believe, because I mean, people are going to believe what they want to anyway. And I'm sorry, I can't remember. You know what I mean? But
You can remember.
what's that?
You can remember. And I can tell you right now is that, you know, I'm not an expert in reading people, but I've been doing this for a very long time.
Oh, I'm sure you're a lot more of an expert than others. You know,
Listen to me for a second, okay? Your body language, when we talk about certain things about this case, you shut it off because you don't want to accept that you know about it. It really bothers you, certain portions about this case, okay? Just your reactions, your reaction to that.
it's ugly.
It is ugly. But you know what? The problem with it is that it happened, and we need to get past that don't remember because we do, okay? And when I start talking to you about his body being dumped and him set ablaze, just your body responds to that. You don't like that.
No, that's like, it's wrong.
It really bothers you, but it happened. And you were there. And you remember being there. And you gotta let us know that you were there, that that was what this was about. Okay? I can tell you right now that the injury to Scott, okay, was rough. It was tough. Okay? That was a crime of passion. Kevin, you're really upset about that. Your reaction to that tells me that you were there, that you saw it, that you don't want to see it again, that was tough for you. It was tough for Heather. And if it was Heather, if it was you, at this point it doesn't matter. Okay? But you were there. It happened, and you did what you needed to do.
I don't remember being there.
Yeah, you
I
did.
don't laugh.
You left the next morning with Scott. Scott rode with you up in the car, up the Booter Canyon to Pingree Park.
I came back and Heather was sick. She said she's been throwing up all night. I asked her if she wanted to write it. And get something killed to the mountains, go to the lodge, get something to eat, drink some beer, and just kind of like hang out.
Okay, so she was sick. She was upset because of what happened. She was upset because Scott was still in her house. And Scott was no longer with us. Scott was dead. Okay? Scott was dead inside her house overnight. And the next morning, you guys loaded him up. After wrapping him up, putting him in the back of your car, and you guys drove up the Booter Canyon. Because that's what your cell phones tell us.
I wanted there to eat, but I don't know nothing about this dude Scott.
You know everything about Scott.
It doesn't matter if I had to go pretty cheap me right here. Right?
What's that?
I said it doesn't matter what happened.
It does matter what happened.
Just get Heather and get out of jail free card and just fucking
That's not gonna happen.
save the court's fucking money.
Well, if you tell us what happened that night,
I wish we could remember.
We know Scott was killed. We know he was killed at Heather's.
Really?
We know that the three of you were there.
No, I was not there. I'm sorry, I can't be any more help, guys.
that's Scott. That's the guy that was over at Heather's.
Yeah, I don't recognize my nurse.
I think that's... There's Scott. Scott's got a family.
That's tragic.
And we need to tell the family. Okay? We have to have answers for the family. Even if Scott was a bad guy,
Right, his family doesn't deserve this.
his family doesn't deserve that.
Right.
And you can give them a present.
I wish you could.
Okay, you told us that you wanted us to shoot you. Okay, we're not gonna do that. All right, we're not gonna argue.
To make his family
No,
and to keep everybody.
no. What would help his family is if we had some answers for his family.
Well, I don't have any answers.
Yeah, you do. Okay? You want Heather to go free. Okay? By telling us what you did, that might get Heather free. It may set her free. I don't know. But you need to tell us what you did.
To get Heather free, what I gotta say?
You need to tell us the truth. Tell us what happened that night. Tell us why it happened. Okay? Because something happened. You want to tell us. I'm telling you right now that by you telling me that you want Heather to be free because you're standing up. You're standing up as a man, being devoted to your woman, being dependable for her. You're being her foundation. And by you telling us what you did that night, will help us understand. And you will set Heather free. Heather won't have to worry about how devoted you are and how loving you are and how dependable you are. No, she does. And you have another chance to show her, just like you did Saturday night.
No.
Just like Saturday night, you showed her how dependable and how loving of a boyfriend that you are.
Right.
You have another chance.
That's not fucking.
So you hurt somebody?
No, I said by hurting somebody.
Okay.
That's not.
We are getting closer
That's not
to understanding.
being dependable or
To Heather it is.
whatever you were saying. I don't know. I got no idea what Heather. What it would take to make her love me, I got no idea. I've been trying and I gave up.
Well, you know what? Let's try again.
Took all my life blood out of me.
Because Kevin, you're not the only one who was there that night. Heather was there that night too. And so the blame or whatever is not squarely on our shoulders. It's gonna fall on Heather too.
Can't I just go on with whatever she says?
What was she gonna say, Kevin?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't fucking remember.
Okay, then let's start just minute by minute, okay? Let's go back to February 8th, Saturday evening, and just talk minute by minute. Okay? So tell us, where did you park your car when you showed up at her house? Like I said, minute by minute.
I don't even remember that.
Okay?
Yeah.
What were you wearing? Remember what you were wearing?
Yeah, because I wanted to play 4 days straight.
Okay, what was that?
My boots.
The boots you're wearing now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a guy God.
The only pair of boots?
What's that?
Did you say the only pair of boots?
What did I have here? I've got more of a parachute, but
Okay. What kind of pants did you have on?
Colorado pants like these.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what kind of shirt were you wearing?
Because it was cold, Colorado was past.
Okay. So you park your car. You don't remember parking your car. I want you to tell me what happened from the second you shut your car door.
I remember I pulled in, Heather was pulled up front of I pulled in, the driver was right behind.
Behind her? Okay. Then tell me, you shut your car door and Walk me through what happened.
I pretty much like skipped to the front door and knocked.
Okay. How many times did she answer right away? Did it take her a little bit to answer? If it helps you close your eyes to help remember if that can.
And when the door was open, about 6 inches.
Okay.
And knocked.
Did you knock or ring the doorbell usually?
I just knocked.
Okay.
Did the door open when you knocked?
No, the screen doesn't go like that.
So Kevin, you live there on and off. Is it pretty typical for you to knock at your own door?
Out of respect, after I lived there for 5 years, after I moved out, I usually call before I go home.
Okay. Is it dark? Is it dusk?
It's like 4:30.
Okay. So you see through the door that's cracked open.
Yeah, and she's over by some on the far side of this little cute white table she's got like this little sitting room she built, just like really nice, really tasteful. I think she was coming out of there and she looked up. Her hair kind of short, but kind of was like fluffy, like she just took a step, and I remember she smiled. And I was so grateful that she smiled because I was like, okay.
What was she wearing?
I don't remember when I was marched to Florida for 4 days, but trying to get over the mountains. Come on, I actually remember what she was wearing. I can't remember what she was wearing because I was looking at her eyes. And her smile, she came up and she was friendly. She was really friendly. She said she's happy to see me.
And what she said?
Well, then I told her that she'd lend me money on my phone. I'd take her and the boys out for dinner. And her face just fell. And her whole attitude changed. And I thought it was because I asked her for money. Yeah, and then she told me that she had a date. Well, she said she could make the money anyway. And then when I got in my car and I left because I didn't want to be blocking the sidewalk. She got the lady over there. She has to walk through and she blocked the sidewalk. It's really hard for her to make it to the mailbox.
Tell us what you did next.
Pause it at this time.
That seems so far long ago to me, I can't remember.
That was a week ago, 8 days ago.
For the record, we've stopped it at 13:07 exactly.
Thank you. Okay, for the record, it's now 12:01. We're going to take a lunch recess until 1:15. I'd like to be back earlier so we can get started at 1:15 so we can conclude the watching of this DVD today. Once again, I want to instruct you until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors or witnesses or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you back at 1:15. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, you're welcome to be seated. We're now outside the presence of the jury. It's 12:03. Any other issues before we recess for the lunch hour?
I should have put this on the record at the same time we were talking about redactions for purposes of speeding the video up and at times where nothing was taking place. There were email communications between defense counsel and the prosecution prior to trial as to whether that essentially the court had asked us to confer with each other and make any determinations or stipulations as to what was going to be redacted, and if we couldn't agree, then the court would get involved. We did confer, and there was one other, I asked if the defense had any additional redaction requests, and they did, and we did redact that. I can tell the court that it was in reference to the defendant referring to his criminal history. He specifically said, with my record, I'll probably just get the needle. That was on part 2 of the video at 12:48. And it was an 8-second reference that was also redacted. I asked if there were any other redactions and being requested by the defense. The defense said no. I agreed to redact that and did redact that.
Do you agree with that statement, Ms. Devereaux?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other issues?
No.
Ms. Devereaux?
No.
Okay, we'll see you back at 1:15. Thank you.
Good lunch.
Okay. I think Marcy's trying to find you some background. Maybe I shouldn't have told you that, but she told me that just in case she's looking for some. Yeah, I don't know I don't know. So I gotta go over to Larimer County. That's what she said, that she's concerned about you. Like having to do everything. So. Nice break today from. Nice break, yeah. Not sure. You may want to ask Mr. Wren.
Did you have a good lunch, buddy?
Yeah, it's fabulous.
This goes through 313, which will be 1513, so 3 hours.
All on this.
I'm sorry, 2 hours.
2 hours on this disc.
A little over 2 hours on this disc.
Thank you.
By the presence of the jury in People of the State of Colorado versus Kevin Dean Eastman, 20 CR 461. And we're going to bring the jurors in to continue watching the exhibits that were admitted into evidence. When the jurors come in, if everybody can please stand.
Please rise.
Good afternoon. Hope you had a good lunch hour. You're welcome to be seated. See, we're on the record in the presence of the jury. It's 1:18. And Mr. Wren, you're welcome to unpause and so the jurors can continue watching the interview.
Thank you.
Yeah, I remember. I sure as hell didn't kill nobody. Just for any reason but, yeah, I proved my loyalty to Heather. I've proved that time and time and time again.
So Kevin, you say that you have a condition that where you can't remember, you just kind of.
It's called disassociation something.
And it's usually associated with traumatic events or stressful events?
I'm not real sure. I'm pretty sure that it was caused by a traumatic event. But I've gone to a lot of therapy about it, and I was making really good progress with EMDR, and then I disassociated during the session, and then the therapist dropped me and said, I just remembered coming back, because she says, I need to ask you to leave my office right now, and I said, why? And she goes, just leave. And then she called me like 2 hours later, and she said, she just checked out. She goes, I'm not ready for that, I can't handle that.
So I just want to make sure we have this right. So you can remember what you just explained to me, but nothing else that night. But yet you can remember driving up to Monaco and that Heather paid for alcohol with a credit card. That very minute detail of something, but you can't tell me anything that happened Saturday night. Is that what you're telling me? Is that the story you want to stick with? And we know Scott was killed Saturday night. And you're sticking with the story that you can't remember anything Saturday night, but yet you can remember that your girlfriend paid for liquor with a credit card the next morning. A pretty minute detail. Is that your story?
It sounds like it. Doesn't sound
good.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't sound good at all.
It's not believable.
That's why it's really important that you tell us what happened and you tell us the truth. Because the one I just proposed, nobody is going to believe that you checked out for 12 plus hours, 15 hours, and then all of a sudden you can remember going up and you can remember details of going to breakfast. You can remember a new waitress. Nobody's going to believe that, Scott, Kevin.
You're right, that's the best we can do, though. Maybe the other can shine some more light on it pretty fast.
Where's Heather at?
She's probably over my account. She's right by the college, right by the hospital. Yeah. About the 16th and 14th. Okay? I know you guys don't believe me that I don't believe or I don't remember. No, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry we can't give God's family the facts on what happened.
Let me ask you this. The clothes that you were wearing that night, where are those clothes at?
In my suit.
Okay. What else is in your Subaru?
Insurance card, phone charger, some tools, more codes, jumper cables, I don't know, man.
Are we gonna find anything inside your car that belongs to Scott?
I don't see how.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's just a coincidence that a person that has a cell phone connect to about the same location that your cell phone connected with on one night is heading to the Pingree Park area of the Cooter Canyon, same location where he was placed. Okay? Do you think that's a coincidence? That you were heading in the same location where he was last seen? to the place where he was found?
Well,
Do you think that's a coincidence?
Yeah, the fact that he was at Heather's house the night before.
Maybe I didn't word that question correctly, but do you think that all of this is a coincidence? Do you think all of that is a coincidence? That Heather hits him up, says, come on over. I just got out of the shower. Bring some beer. Did you drink all the Crown? Same Crown that you and Heather probably shared at the house. Do you think it's a coincidence that all that activity's going on? Okay. And your cell phones were then pinging down the Cooter Canyon. Your car was seen passing by Sunday morning, 8:37 in the morning. Do you think all this is a coincidence?
I don't know what to think about any of that. Yeah,
I don't think it's a coincidence. And
I know that, yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you, but I know, I might not know where I was, but I know where I wasn't. You know, and I know I was going to eat breakfast. Yeah. And so I wasn't there. And as far as this, I used to have her on my phone account, and I told her, get your own phone account, because I couldn't help myself. I would try and I'd go look at her call history, see who she's screwing around with, who she's calling, who she's texting, and it's like, just stop.
so you've been looking through her phone to see who she's been hooking up with?
Well, I used to get it on my bill, save my account.
Billing stables don't have any of that information on there.
Yeah, they do. Verizon, you can get it as a PDF, you can download it, it tells you who they called, how many minutes. Believe me, I know what I know, and what I don't know, I don't know, but I know what I know. Okay? Yeah. But she's had her own phone for, I don't know, probably since July, you know?
So one of the things that doesn't make any sense to me is that you told me that Sunday morning that Heather called you and said, hey, I'm not feeling good. She was up all night, throwing up all night. Why do you think that she was so upset that she was throwing up all night long?
And I don't know if she called me or if I went over to check on her. I don't know how she let me know.
Well, you said that she told you that she wasn't feeling good and you came over to the house.
Yes.
And you figured that you'd take her up to Cooter Canyon to go get some breakfast.
She loves that canyon. It's beautiful up there.
Okay, so
Great memories of there in that lodge.
you're in the middle of Greeley at 35th Avenue and 20th Street, and you guys are driving literally 60 to 80 miles across Will County, Larimer County, to the Cooter Canyon, past Ted's place, up past the Mishawaka where you're on video, just to go get breakfast. And her stomach's upset right in the car.
Well, that's why we were driving so far, is to give her some fresh air and let her decompress from whatever happened.
Decompress from what?
From whatever happened, whatever had her upset, I don't know. So,
I'm having a hard time understanding how all this is a coincidence. Okay? So, I'm confused. I need to take a break. Okay? I think that you probably need to take a break as well and kind of collect your thoughts. Okay?
I'll try my best.
That's all I can ask from you is to Try your best to tell the truth. Okay? Do you want to keep talking, or do you want to take a break and use the restroom? Do you need to?
I'd like to go to use the restroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want some food? Do you want something to eat?
Yeah, a little snack would be okay. But, yeah, I'd like something to eat, but yeah, please.
Okay.
Just because it's a secure facility, like, people just can't walk in and out and walk around, I'll just walk into the bathroom with you, give you your privacy, and then we'll get back out and get you some food.
All right.
I'll take him to the bathroom, get him,
I guess I just walked through the house.
Get some energy out.
Yeah. So another thing that I want to let you watch with me.
No, well, yeah.
I don't understand. And I absolutely I can't. 7 I can't. I'm not gonna have shells in my pocket.
Oh, why did you?
That's, yeah, see, that's. Yeah, that's just like stupid. Sometimes or it's just bad, it's stuff like that, I don't have it.
Where all the money come
I just got my unemployment, just got approved.
Okay.
Yeah, so I still got like $3,200 on my card.
Okay.
I was pulling it out, so I'll get my own place, so I gotta put up with, throwing heavy big and stuff.
Okay.
That's just that bad piece here. Yeah, I've been waiting on that for like 11 weeks.
That's unemployment?
Yeah,
Okay.
since November. I was actually supposed to call in today, I think. Yeah, it's Sunday. For my 2-week period. Yeah, I never worked 20 hours and I worked over at the place in Rifle.
Where'd you grow up?
Tin Price Street, kind of all over. A small little town on the western slope called Delta.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then my mom was back up in Larimer County getting house me around. So I got to see a lot of different places in more days.
Mainly all in Colorado?
No, Phoenix, Salem, I guess Washington, Utah. Yeah,
Where's that?
Utah, yeah, just all over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was always wanting to make it instant down when she gets over for a couple of weeks. The other kids back, and I don't want to do stuff. you do?
I grew up around here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful area.
Oh, yeah. So no Colorado very well.
It's good. I spent a lot of time on the basic road as a kid. It's like you forgot.
I've heard there's good hunting up there.
Yeah, yeah. It's great fishing, and then, yeah, all over through there, up on electric mountain bike hills, about that you forgot, because of moving going on.
Someone's telling me. You said Mesa, the Grand Mesa?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just not talking about now. A lot of land up there is owned by the railroads. You know anything about that?
No. Anything's possible over there, but
Yeah.
yeah. I guess maybe the railroad was, yeah, I don't know. I didn't figure out.
So you usually take I-70 then when you ever, I-70 when you come back over here?
Yeah. Yep. And then shoot, backside of Grand Mesa, like, I don't know, go to the top of some of my relatives.
Did you eat nuts?
Yeah.
Okay. We just sent somebody over to get you a Whopper and fries and Coke. Give you a hamburger and whatnot. Like if you cross, we're gonna get out of the room for a little bit. Like eat a hamburger. Relax, okay?
Can I get you a drink of that and fill these two up?
Oh, we'll take care of that. Yeah, and we're gonna get you a Coke. Is that okay?
Yeah, anything, guys.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Please be with his family and his sister. I will not mind you down. Please, dear Father, let me help this man get to the bottom of this case. Please. Give me the discernment. Sheriff. If I know the truth about this, dear God, please help tell me. Help me to tell them. Please, God. Please keep Heather safe. Soften the blow this will have on my sister and my kids. Watch over Ariana. And give me the strength to forge ahead as a solid Christian, dear God. Please help Jagger with guitar and cash. And Mallory with her basketball and Jaden with her track. Help Jerry with his dementia. And just help Shelley with all of it. Thank you, Father, for making us stronger and wiser. Makes sense, man. It's not till employment time. just gave him some answers, but I don't even know what happened. Yeah. Brutal death and murder. It's got your handiwork all over it, man. I know. Doesn't it? son. deepest longing but to be fulfilled.
Got something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot better.
Feeling a lot better?
Good.
Appreciate you talking with us so far.
Can I just throw like one crazy scenario out there?
Sure, good.
hypothetically okay. Saturday at 4, what the hell ever, whenever I got there, and did my thing with my phone and split. I knew that she shouldn't be drinking because it was a Saturday night and yet she had to work Sunday. So there's been quite a few times where she's drank and she has to work the next day where I'll either let her borrow my car or I'll come and I'll wake her up and give her a ride to work. So I went back up on 4 on Sunday to 4 a.m. to make sure she was up. And somebody else was there and she was distraught. That's when she told me she'd been puking all night. It just didn't make sense. Yeah, but she said she was feeling better. She's gonna go to work, but she couldn't blow numbers on her car. She said for breathalyzer, she wanted to know if she could borrow my car. And I said, yeah, I can sleep in the garage, I don't care. And then later that day, she told me that she can't go to work. And over the next day, I didn't see her again until Monday. Sunday morning at 4. I think it was Monday. Morning when she was heading out the door for work, I heard her start a car because I was still in the garage at that point. And she just asked me to cover for Boss Sally called her.
Okay, well, we know you were there all night, so.
Okay.
So here's the deal. We know new stuff, okay? And we can continue. Hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
We know some stuff, okay? There's been some new developments, all right? And we are in here to talk to you to get the truth, okay? And if we're going to continue to lie, if you're going to continue to lie, this conversation is going to be over with, okay? We're only in here to talk to you about the truth. Do you understand that? Okay?
We'd love to hear the truth from you.
Tell us the truth.
You're ready. You are ready for this. You're ready to tell us the truth.
Praying hard, guys.
What's that?
I said, I've been praying hard, guys. I have. Yeah, I don't know the truth. My head's too scrubbed.
I think you do know what the truth is. And I want to hear it. And I know that you want to say it.
And you know that it would be cool for Scott's family to know that he was killed. I guess it doesn't matter. They just shouldn't know he's a rapist.
And that's not anything we're going to share with this family. Okay?
So tell us about that.
They're already in enough grief. We can't. It's.
We can't, Kevin. You're a strong man.
You're on some things, you know.
You can tell us the truth. You know the truth. And I guarantee right now you've got a ton of bricks on your shoulders, man. You got a huge weight on you. And I guarantee you when you say the truth, that's going to be a big burden to put off your shoulders. I tell you that right now. You want to tell us the truth, Kevin. And you know the truth.
Maybe part of something.
Okay, tell us the parts you know.
nothing. Yeah, whatever went on is just too bad. My brain's protecting itself and won't let me recall it. I know you don't believe me, I'm sorry, but...
We're not talking about that anymore, okay? Right? You know that's not true. Okay? So let's just start talking about the truth. Okay? Tell us what's in the forefront of your mind that you want to tell us. This might be a lot easier when this starts rolling. Okay, let's talk about what we do now. Okay, let's start talking about what we do now. Okay, we know that you were at the house on Saturday afternoon, the 8th.
Okay, on the afternoon, yeah. That didn't sound right.
We know that you were in the house. Okay.
Oh, I didn't call you that.
We know that you were with Heather. Okay, let's stop with the lies. Okay, we know that you were with Heather. We know that Scott stopped by. We know that you stayed the entire night. And we know that you drove up the Pingree Canyon with Heather and Scott's body in the back of your car past the Mitchell Walk at 8:37 in the morning in Pingree Park. What we know is untrue is that you went to Glen Echo for breakfast. Okay, we contacted the Glen Echo restaurant. There was 2 or 3 customers that day, and they weren't you. All right?
There was like, okay, I'm not going to yes.
The other things that we're going to know is that last night, you were with Heather. Is that correct? What time did you see Heather last night?
Whenever we got back from London, just right forward.
Okay. And what happened from there?
We're taking in the groceries in her apartment. She just got all freaked out.
Okay. And then did you leave her house? Was she with you?
I'm gonna back up. What was she so freaked out about, Kevin? She freaked out about this situation? Are you guys trying to cover this? This is the time to be honest.
That would be a good probability, yeah.
Okay? What was she saying to you? Why was she freaking out? Did she think you guys were gonna get caught?
She was definitely freaked out over the whole situation.
What situation?
She wanted, obviously, over dude fucking being dead.
From her house. Tell us why she was freaking out.
She didn't really tell me. She keeps a lot of shit to herself. I mean, she's a hard person to read.
How did you know that she was freaking out if she didn't tell you that she was freaking out?
I knew by the way that she was just mad and just the way that she acts. But I asked her, what's wrong? Let's talk about it. We can work through this. And she's just like, I can't even stand to look at you. I want you to leave.
Why couldn't she look at you?
I don't know, she tells me that a lot. On Christmas, December 22nd of this last year, she called me out of the blue when we were supposed to have Christmas dinner with the kids. And I was trying to put in contact. She said she never wanted to see or hear my voice again. So that's just the way she gets hateful like that sometimes. And I used to stay there and fight with her and scream and argue and push and shove, and now I just leave.
All right, we're kind of going around in circles, and you're telling assumptions. Okay, we've told you that you're lying to us. You know you're lying to us. We've given you so many opportunities.
I'm not, you guys had given me a lot of opportunities.
So you're telling me the last time you saw Heather was yesterday afternoon, and then you left her house by yourself. Is that right? That's what you just said a couple minutes ago.
Did you leave her house with her or without her?
I lived without her to go get food.
Okay. I'm going to show you a video of It says February 15th, 2020 at 5:17 p.m. and 20 seconds. Okay? And it goes to 5:18 and 10 seconds. Okay? Now I want you to watch right up there. Oh, it's not playing. That's you and Heather walking out of the house. She's wearing a white coat. She's carrying some stuff and you're walking behind her.
We told you we had new developments.
She gets in the front seat of your car. You put something in the back seat. You get in the car. She doesn't get out. No, hold on a second. We're watching this one, okay?
Well, I was just gonna show
Hold on a
you.
second. No, we're watching this. Okay, that's your car. And you drive away. And you want to know what this tells us? What we know is that you drove away with Heather last night and she never returned to your house, or to her house. And that we had a tracker on your car and we tracked you going out to the house out in Larimer County, the farm where the barn is, where the burn pit is, that you were tending to this morning.
Right.
Okay? And we found Heather. And Heather is in the same condition that Scott is.
It's time to start talking.
This is the time that you need to talk. If you're not going to tell us the truth, then this conversation is over. Okay? So this is your chance, Kevin. Look at me. This is your chance. There's another new development. Troy, who was out at the farm this morning, is currently in contact with Larimer County Sheriff's Office investigators, and he is talking. This is your chance to get in front of what he's saying. Kevin, look at me. Kevin, we need to start talking. You need to start telling us something. We can't keep going round and round with lies and stuff that's not true.
Right.
So start telling us the truth about what happened. What's Troy going to tell the Larimer County investigators? Because if Troy talks and you don't, where does that go?
Was somebody else in the car with you and Heather when you went out to dump Scott's body?
Troy's going to tell us what happened. Troy's going to tell us everything that happened. This is your chance, Kevin.
Tell us what happened the night Scott was killed.
Let's start there. No more games, Kevin. Tell us what happened. Okay, tell us. You can tell us. Troy's gonna start talking.
That's okay, you guys can talk to him, he probably knows more than I do.
Do what?
He probably doesn't know anything, I don't know, guys.
All right, Kevin, Heather's dead. You know she's dead. Scott's dead.
Heather can't be dead.
You need to start talking to us.
This is spiraling out of control, and you need to stop spiraling. You need to tell us exactly what happened. Let's put an end to this entire problem. Tell us what happened, and that solves the problem.
Just go get a gun and shoot me, man, and $1 million.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about you talking to us and telling us what happened.
If for nothing else, Kevin, just so Scott's family can kind of wrap their head around what happened, and so Heather's boys can wrap their head around what happened. Okay? Things don't know what happened. There's one person who knows exactly what happened, and that's you.
You know what happened. Kevin, you know what happened. You can't hide from it.
Yeah. I'll just stand right in the middle of this.
You what?
I said, obviously, I'm right in the middle of all this. That's where you guys are sitting here. Obviously, I'm right in the middle of all this. That's where you guys are sitting here and talking to me.
Well, we're doing a lot of talking, and you're not answering anything. And you need to start telling us what happened. Let's start with Saturday night at Heather's house with Scott. What happened with Scott?
You guys aren't gonna believe me. I already told you. I don't
Something is better than nothing. Tell us.
I don't know what happened with Scott. I don't know what happened with Scott. I came.
Okay, you came. You're starting to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna piss you guys off because you're not gonna believe it. And I gave my word that I just keep my fucking mouth shut.
You gave your word to me. Heather's dead. Okay, if you gave your word to Heather, that doesn't matter. She's no longer around.
Don't say that. You guys, that's mean. You can't sit down and shit like that. You're trying to make me talk, alright? That's not fucking fair.
Well,
God. I'm trying to be cool about everything. That's punching below the belt, guys. Give me a second. If I tell it's just as good as telling them.
That is,
We can start over.
Let me know when you're ready. Mr. Wren?
We've just concluded the disc that is People's Exhibit 193, and the people are requesting to publish the continuation of the interview on People's Exhibit 194.
Okay. And just as a reminder, that's about 40 minutes long.
Let's see.
Just trying to time.
It's 3:53, so give or take a couple minutes, yeah.
Okay, so we'll just completely watch it, and then we'll take our afternoon break. It'll put us at about 3:15 or so.
I don't have nothing left. I mean, I never really had Heather anyway. You never what? I never really had Heather anyway. I definitely won't have her after this. So that's just that little piece of my word.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
Kevin, I need you to look at me, okay? For the first time, I just saw some real emotion from you, okay? We've been going out this for a little while now.
Well, that's fucking easy, guys, man.
All right, well, hold on a second. I don't think you're a bad guy.
Usually I'm not.
Why don't we start over? Square one. But we need to be completely honest with each other, okay?
I can't be completely honest with you.
But I'm being completely honest with you. I am telling you the truth.
I know.
I'm telling you the truth, everything.
Okay, we're gonna start with little pieces, okay? Little pieces.
Substitute by Heather.
I'm gonna ask you a question. What room in Heather's house did this take part in? What room was Scott killed in?
I have no idea. Bro,
What room were you in when you saw Scott's body?
I know what room. I know where at now. So the mess was out.
Okay, let's start there. Where was the mess at? Okay.
No, it's not, guys. I can't.
Was it a big mess? Yeah.
Yeah, I got a weak stomach.
Did you throw up?
No.
It's okay if you did.
I tried multiple times in the sink.
Okay. What room was the mess in? Kevin, what do you mean for a second? I want to thank you for telling me the truth. Finally, okay?
So I'm gonna give one brick off your back.
And is the weight coming off of your shoulders?
I don't have no weight on my shoulders, guys.
Okay. So what room was the mess in?
Guys, I can't. I'm sorry. I promise nobody.
You can't because you told somebody you wouldn't?
Who did you tell that to?
I can't see that either. That'd be just as bad as fucking telling everything I know.
What is it, Heather's kids?
I don't believe her kids knew anything about anything.
Who else was there?
I'm not sure, but I don't know.
Was Heather there? Is that what this conflict is over? Is that Heather was there and you may give your word to Heather?
Like I said, I can't tell you anything or just that is all.
I don't think that I am not going to accuse you of lying to me if you tell me. I will promise you that.
Kevin told us there was a big mess. That's a huge step.
And that you dry heaved a couple times in the sink.
Yeah, like fucking 20.
Okay. So what was wrong?
Fucking, I don't know what you call it.
Can you trash down?
Kevin, breathe. Hey, Kevin, keep your head up and breathe, okay? In and out. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Kevin, what room was it in? Was it in the living room?
Gentlemen, I can't say. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is the only thing I've got. My word, my promise. I can't give that up, please. I'll give up my whole life, but I can't give that up. I know it doesn't make sense.
Who are you trying to save here? Why are you giving up yourself for somebody else? Because right now, you are in this room with us. That other person is not. And the unfortunate thing is that we are risking everything right now for this conversation.
Do what?
10 years from now, are you going to want to remember this conversation and it went this way?
I got CTE.
Oh,
No, I'm just saying,
no.
I'll be alive in 10 years.
Okay.
And so I'll be
So here's the deal. Kevin, we are talking about what happened with Scott and Heather on the 8th of February at her house in Greeley. Okay?
You said you dry heaved and there was a big mess.
Where was the big mess at? Because you obviously dry heaved in the sink in the kitchen. Where was the mess at?
Guys, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
Kevin, I'm going to tell you the truth about something right now. Okay? I told you that we were at Heather's house. Right now, our crime scene folks are out there. They are working the scene. Okay? What are they going to find and where? Those are the big questions. We need to find out from you, though. Okay? Where was the mess at?
If your texts are any good, they'll find it for sure.
What's that?
I said if you guys' texts are any good, they'll be able to find it for sure.
So after you said there was a big mess and dry heaving, you looked at the ground and you made a motion with your hands, like a shaking motion. Tell me about that. Was Scott on the floor? Just little bits in case, okay, Kevin? Was Scott on the floor?
I can't say, guys. I can't.
He's on the floor. There's lots of rooms in the house.
The reason I was doing that was because of the
tell us what's what happened. You've given us little bits, and we appreciate that. And I'm sure this was an extremely difficult experience for you. And you know, it was probably an experience that you were put in the middle of. You didn't ask to be put there, but because of other people's choices, you were there, and you were in the middle of it. You didn't decide to be in the middle of it. Other people made those choices for you. That's not real fair.
There had been...
You can say it, Scott. You can say it.
Kevin. Okay, let's back up a little bit. Was Scott alive when you were at the house? Do you remember Scott being alive?
I told you I didn't know Scott.
Scott's where the mess is. Okay, Scott's at the house.
There was just a mess.
What was the mess? Let's start there. What was that mess? Was it blood? Kevin, was the mess blood?
Dylan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
What are you sorry about?
So you go over to the house. Heather's at the house. You go inside the house. We know that you're inside the house. Okay? You didn't just stop her at the door and then leave. You went inside. Scott, the musician from Greeley, that Heather went and saw at the bars and was intimate with, that you said Heather claimed that he raped her. He's not the great guy in the world, okay? He's not the best guy here. You went into the house and Scott was dead in the house. Or was he alive?
Please.
You can say it. And you helped Heather clean up the mess because you're the devoted boyfriend. Kevin, it's okay. Take some deep breaths.
I'm just not a little bit too much.
Well, Kevin, what happened? Someone asked me what happened. It's a simple question, and there's a simple answer. And the simple answer is you tell us what happened. Hey,
I looked into an accident. I don't know. Something definitely happened.
tell us. Tell us what you remember seeing.
You know what I think happened? Kevin, I think you wanted to confront this guy. And yeah, you're a strong guy. Probably take care of your own. And maybe rough him up a little bit. And it got to the point where it went beyond that. You didn't mean it to get to beyond that.
Never solves nothing. I wouldn't even head down that road to begin with. Especially over somebody that has been screwed or that's been raped by, because it's happened so many times that. But yeah, I'm over to that. That's not going to evoke any kind of an emotional reaction out of me.
Let me ask you this. Were you going over to the house to get Heather out of that situation because you thought it was going to be bad?
I went over to the house because I know that she gets too drunk and I didn't want her to lose her job.
Okay.
And I see her car won't start. And she's been drinking past a certain time, past 8 p.m. And she drinks past 8, she knows her car won't start. Jim looks around the phone in the past, and it's just easier to just go in there and make sure she's up and give her a ride.
Okay. You said earlier that you thought that this was an accident. Kevin, look at me. Breathe, okay? You said earlier that you thought that this was an accident. Describe the accident to me. Tell me what the accident was. Kevin, you can say it. What was the accident?
Sorry, guys. I can't remember.
Hey, we're not talking about that anymore, okay? Look at me. That's not truthful. We're going to be truthful today, okay? We're going to end this conversation on a positive note. We're going to be truthful about what happened last Saturday. We're going to be truthful about last night as well, okay? Look at me, okay? Promise me that you're going to be truthful.
I'm trying to do my best.
No, I want you to be completely truthful with me, okay? Tell me about the accident. Because whoever you said that you were promising doesn't matter anymore, because it's you and me and Ryan right here. Kevin, you and Ryan. Those are the only 3 people that are going to know what happened. Okay, you need to tell us. Be truthful. Who are you afraid of? Kevin, who are you afraid of? You don't want to say something because you're afraid it's going to hurt somebody. You're afraid of something. What are you afraid of?
I just don't want to break my word, because that's all.
Your word to who?
Okay, anybody ever.
Okay. Your word in this situation to who? Kevin, look at me. Kevin,
I can't tell you that.
you can. So it doesn't tell me anything. It just tells us what the speed bump is.
And Kevin, your word in a situation like this where someone lost their life, the truth is more important than keeping your word. You understand? So the truth in this situation is more important than your word. So, where was Scott hurt?
Someplace pretty serious, look like.
Remember, the truth is more important than your word in this situation.
Where was he hurt? You can see it. You just told us that you could see it. Describe it to us.
I didn't see it. It had to be someplace serious for that amount of fucking blood.
So there was a lot of blood there. Where was the blood at?
Every fucking where.
Was it in the kitchen, or was it in the dining room? Was it in the living room? Was it in the bedroom? Where? Kevin, breathe. Remember the truth. Your conflict struggling with right now will be gone. All you have to do is tell us where it was.
It was everywhere. Every fucking where. Everywhere.
And where was Scott?
Where was Scott?
The truth is, it doesn't matter, Sheriff.
Captain, where was Scott?
Okay, you've been on, you've been giving us little bits of truth. Justin and I appreciate that. You've told us there was a lot of blood. You told us you tried heaved. We appreciate that. Hey, that makes two of us, brother. So you see a lot of blood.
Was the blood there when you first got there, or was the blood there after you'd been there for a while?
I've always seen it. I mean, it just went out of fucking control after that. I mean, it just...
Who else?
I didn't have my phone. I suggested it would be legitimate. I did to just call the police now, because this is serious.
Who did you tell that to? Did you say that to Heather?
It didn't do any good. It doesn't matter who I said it to.
Was there somebody else there other than Heather and Scott?
I didn't see Scott, but I can't say no more, guys. I can't. In the days afterward, everybody having different ways and scenarios and theories and explanations. And just too much. I don't know how accurate anything that I remember is or is going to be. There was just a lot of stuff going on. There was a lot of emotions. There was a lot of fucked up shit that should have never happened.
Well, tell us about some of that. Tell us about some of the stuff that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen.
Let's not hide from this anymore. No more hiding. No more protecting anybody else but yourself. And this is is the time to protect yourself, and you can tell us what's going on. Describe it to us.
Thank you, guys. I won't put it again.
Kevin, you've been strong up to this point. You've given us little bits and pieces. Like I said before, we appreciate that.
I completely disowned me. And I'm sorry, I can't do more. I don't know. Yeah, I knew it was fucked up about it.
Let it go, Kevin. Let it go. You can let it go. Talk. Okay.
Where I can.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, Kevin. Tell us about last night.
Where did you and Heather go?
I remember leaving her at the house and she was fucking pissed off. I seen the video.
Shared it with you.
That car had a little black thing where it was missing on the other one. That's what I want to show you. On the picture in front of Mr. Walker. Yeah, it's gone.
You already told us you went up there.
Oh, yeah, no, that's.
Whose car is that? Is that yours?
There's a lot of those around, I don't know.
Well, we know it's yours.
I've got one that's almost identical to that.
Because we're not even gonna argue that. So Kevin,
The video of that black thing was on there.
tell me about last night, Kevin.
I did, motherfucking Heather and I got in a fight. And
She gets in the car with you.
I looked at her at the house at 4:15, she told me to leave. I seen the video, you ain't gotta show me again.
I'll show you again.
What happened last night? We found the burn pit, and we found what was in the burn pit. We found who was in the burn pit.
nobody in the burn pit. I burned the weeds this morning in household trash.
Okay, we're gonna stop. Let's stop with the lies.
That's not the lies, that's the fucking truth.
I think the truth deserves to be told. Like Heather deserves for the truth to be told, her boys deserve for the truth to be told. Okay? Don't disrespect her, and don't disrespect her boys by not being honest with us. And right now, you're not being honest with us. Last night, you leave her house with her in the car.
You don't.
I mean, Kevin, we're not asking if that's true or not. You saw it, we saw it, you know it's true. Okay?
No, I don't know it's true. That's a different car than mine.
It's the same car you were contacted in this morning by Sergeant Robbins. We're not going to dispute that. Okay? We need the truth. The truth needs to be told out of respect for Heather, respect for her boys.
I couldn't talk to you guys, I'm sorry.
Kevin, look at me for a second. Okay? Troy's talking.
Won't good for Troy. Won't good for Troy. Yeah. I gotta keep my word.
Two. Who do you need to keep your word to?
I already told you.
You haven't told us anything. You promised me that you'd tell me the truth.
I promise you I'd try to the best of my ability. I know you're not gonna like it, you're not gonna believe this shit is really fucked up and scrambled up here, man.
Tell us the truth about last night, then.
I showed you the video of her.
Why did Heather end up the way she did? Was she just pushing your buttons?
She was freaking out and you got upset. You got scared.
I told you guys that was a really mean trick. There's nothing wrong with Heather. I was gonna ask how she ended up out, but I'm not gonna fall for it. Kevin, she just didn't go to work. Kevin, she'll be wrong every night.
Kevin, okay.
Yeah, she wrong.
No, we're not lying to you. Everything that we've talked about, we told you is the truth.
And you know it's the truth.
Heather is dead.
I told you guys that's a mean game I play. Don't do that. Please.
Kevin, okay. Kevin, let me.
Look at me.
Kevin,
Heather's okay.
Kevin, look at me.
Heather's okay. 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 Heather's
If Heather's okay, then who is out in Larimer County?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
If you're telling me how it was okay, then who was out in Logan County?
It was out in Larimer County, I don't understand.
It was in the burn pit.
Well, like, to my knowledge, nobody's in the burn pit.
Kevin, there's a body in the bottom of the burn pit. Who is that? The burn pit that you were tending to this morning.
Right, I was burning weeds and household trash. Then I used gasoline to start the trash pads on fire. I didn't see nobody.
Who helped you with that? Did Troy help you with that?
No, he went inside to lay down.
Was Troy there? Because Heather was out there with you. Who else besides Troy was there?
There was nobody in the burn pit.
Hey, Kevin, look at me. I haven't lied to you. Look at my face. I haven't lied to you. I'm not lying to you now. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Kevin, look at me. Look at me. We have a problem here. Okay? And the problem is that we have Scott, who died at Heather's house back last Saturday night, and that your car was seen going up Cooter Canyon to Pingree Park to dispose of his body and burn his body. Okay? And now, last night, we had a tracker on your car. Your car went out to the farm.
I told you she threw me out, so I went out there and I tried talking to Troy. And she just said, yeah, whatever.
When did she throw you out?
It was when we got back from
Groceries.
yeah, everything alone, all that. The receipts have been bad.
Kevin, you left her house with her at 5:15. 5:17 to be exact. I showed you the video. I'm not lying to you. You drove away from the house and she didn't return to the house.
I drove away from the house, I went to Troy's, and he just didn't seem receptive to how I was feeling, so I just went out driving around.
Okay? And Heather was with you at that time.
You know,
Yeah.
she was there around. I seen the video, went home. But I still don't believe it. That's not the way it happened.
She got into your car. And you guys drove out to the farm. Out to Troy's place. Tell me about when you guys got there, when you and Heather got there. Don't shake your head no, because it's the truth. We're talking the truth now. You promised me that you'd be truthful. To the best of your ability, okay? I know that you have the ability to tell me the truth right now. You're telling me that you promised somebody that you wouldn't tell me the truth. And I'm having a hard time believing that it is.
I haven't promised somebody I want to tell you the truth. I just promised somebody that I wouldn't say anything. Yeah, any of it that I've already fucked up and I've said way too much.
Hey Kevin, I noticed when Justin talked about you driving up with Heather to Pingree Park to dispose of the body, you shook your head yes. Your head was down, you shook your head yes. Your body wants to tell us the truth. Your heart wants to tell us the truth.
That's just crazy. We just went up there to eat breakfast.
No, you didn't. You went out there to dispose of a body. Dispose of Scott's body.
Let's start with the simple stuff. Okay? Let's forget about Heather. Let's forget about Troy. You went out to Pingree Park.
No, I went up to the place to eat.
No, you didn't. We've already told you that did not happen.
You're right, I didn't even go anywhere. I'm just saying I did to cover somebody's house.
And that concludes Exhibit 194, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we take a mid-afternoon break for about 15 minutes. Please don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any independent research. And please do not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you back here about 3:25. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, welcome to be seated. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. You're welcome to be seated, I'm sorry. And so when the jurors return, do you think we have enough testimony to, I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do for the balance of the day. I'm assuming you're going to put your advisory witness on for some continued direct examination, and they will do cross-examination?
Yes, but I can tell the court that I think my rest of my direct is maybe 15 minutes.
That's fine. And then, you think we'll finish with the cross-examination today of the witness?
I think we will.
Okay, and then perhaps after then, we'll just recess for the day. It may bring us to 5 o'clock. We'll just wait and see what happens. If not, we'll just end a little bit early. Okay, great. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Jessica. So much for wireless devices with all those wires. Thank you. I didn't see you come in. You have no idea how many brownie points I have with trouble right now.
Well, if that's the case, I was the one that agreed to it.
I always like working with Steve. And you bet. Two of the best. I was making a record.
Yvette, was there a lot of court reporters in Adams County?
Actually, every day we had court reporters in docket.
Maybe it's just easier to hire them in Adams.
You know, they were starting to get a little
you.
You can see if they're ready first, yeah. And don't bring them out until I give you the okay. Okay, we are back on the record outside the presence of the jury. It's 3:26. And any issues before we bring the jurors in? Mr. Wren? No. Ms. Deborah?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. We're just making sure the jurors are all in the jury room, and then we'll get started shortly. Yes. Okay, yep, let's bring them up. Hey, welcome to be seated. Okay, so we are back on the record. It's 3:28. We're in the presence of the jury. Here's the plan for the rest of the day. We're going to continue with the direct examination of Detective Atwood. We're going to do his cross-examination. I'm not sure if that's going to take us to 5 o'clock or not. If we end a little bit early, we'll just end early for the day, since we don't have any other witnesses that are lined up for the day. So we'll just kind of play by ear and see how long it takes, but we should finish with this testimony, I believe, today. Okay? You're welcome to recall Detective Atwood, and you're still under oath, okay? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
You, in the video, at 12:12 p.m., you proposed a theory to Kevin Eastman that he had helped clean up Heather Frank's mess. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any information that that is what happened at that point?
No, there was no evidence of that.
Why did you suggest that or propose that as a theory to him?
It's an interview tactic law enforcement officers are trained with to take theories that are initiated by their interviewees and build on them to keep the interviewee to continue talking to the law enforcement officer.
And then again at 12:17 into 12:18, you proposed a theory to Mr. Eastman that Scott Sessions did something to Heather Frank. Did you have any information behind that statement?
No, that was information that was initiated by Mr. Eastman, and we just built on it from there.
Again, to encourage additional communication throughout the interview?
That is correct.
When this interview started, did you know that whether or not Heather, well, let me ask it this way. When did you learn Heather Frank's body had been located in the woodpile next to the burn pit?
After 2 o'clock in the afternoon on that day, we took an extended lunch break, or an extended break from interviewing Mr. Eastman. In the interview, you can see Investigator Myatt walking with Mr. Eastman outside of the interview room. I actually went upstairs and met with the other investigators and the investigative team for this incident, and that's when I found out that Ms. Frank had been found
Mr. Bonnell's property.
Okay. And at the very end there was some discussion about whether or not she was found in the burn pit, and Mr. Eastman was taking issue with that phrase.
Yes.
What information had you learned prior to that?
I had very limited information as to where her body was actually located. The information that was passed along to me was that they found her body at Mr. Bonnell's property, and it was probably just misinformation that was spoken to me that we went into the interview assuming that she was actually in the burn pit.
Okay, so you thought she was in the burn pit. It turns out that she was near the burn pit.
That is correct.
But you believed at that time she was in the burn pit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. I want to talk about the Poudre Canyon a little bit and some of that geography. As a patrol deputy with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office earlier in your career, did you work that area of Larimer County?
Yes, from when I first completed the field training officer program for the Larimer County Sheriff's Office Patrol Division, I was assigned to District 2. And that is part of District 2 and District 7. And when you work in District 2, you respond up to calls in District 7. And I worked from 2007 through, I believe, the end of 2010 in that area.
So it's an area that you're very familiar with, correct?
Yes, 5 days a week.
And just to educate us a little bit on the geography of that area, can you generally describe what the area is like and the terrain?
It's mountainous. It's very rugged terrain. Highway 14 is a very remote road that runs east and west from the Continental Divide to the little port area. It's a very long road. It's very windy. It's very narrow, and it runs along the Poudre River. From Ted's Place to the turnoff where Pingree Park Road is, County Road 63E, as a crow is about 19 miles as a crow flies. The actual road itself, I would estimate, is anywhere between 22 and 27 miles in length.
And I assume the speeds that you can travel on that road, even though it's a mountainous road, vary depending on weather conditions and flow of traffic, et cetera.
So there is a section of the road that is 55 miles per hour from Ted's Place when you turn off of Highway 287 heading westbound from Ted's Place, which is the convenience store. For about a mile or two, it's about 50 to 55 miles per hour. It's a wide road, it's straight, there's no curves in it. And then once you get to about a mile or two into it, it starts to decrease in speed based on the curves of the road and the narrow. There are some bridges that enclose right up to the fog lines, so therefore cars have to go slower to pass through that area.
As part of your investigation in this case, did you do some drive tests in that area to identify times?
Yes, I did.
Did you drive from Ted's Place to the area where the body of Scott Sessions was recovered near Pingree Park?
I did.
And can you describe how long that took you?
So that first drive time, I started at Ted's Place at the intersection of Highway 287 and Highway 14. And I traveled west to County Road 63E and then south on the Pingree Park Road, which is County Road 63E, several miles until I came to the area where Mr. Sessions was found. During that first time drive, I attempted to estimate a slower speed than what the posted speed limit was to mimic, I guess, a poor weather experience such as snow, rain, hail, whatever. And I drove at 35 miles per hour the entire way. And that trip took me 1 hour and 13 minutes to make that trip.
One direction?
One direction.
Okay. Did you do a second drive test at a different speed?
And I may have misspoken. I think that first one was an hour and 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I do apologize. The second trip was from the Pingree Park area
where I stopped at where Mr. Sessions' body was found. And then I drove back from Pingree Park, northbound on County Road 63E to Highway 14, and then eastbound on Highway 14 past the Mishawaka to Ted's place. And I did that time drive at 30 miles per hour, 5 miles an hour slower. And that time drive was what I originally said was 1 hour and 13 minutes.
And there was discussion of a Glen Echo restaurant in the video that we just saw. Where is that?
Glen Echo Restaurant is approximately 7 to 8 miles west of the turnoff to Pingree Park Road. And it's on the south side of the road on Highway 14. And there's no turnoffs, there's no deviations in the path. So I did a time drive as well from Ted's place at the intersection of Highway 287 and Highway 14 and drove to the Glen Echo Resort at 25 miles per hour. And that took me almost 58 minutes, 57 minutes and 54 seconds.
And that is if you did not turn off at Pingree Park, but kept going straight past Pingree Park, turn off straight to Glen Echo. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then back from Glen Echo to Ted's place?
I did that at the posted speed limits that Highway 14 allowed. And that traveled anywhere between 25 miles per hour to 30 miles an hour to 35 miles per hour and 55 miles per hour back to Ted's place. And I completed that time drive in 45 minutes.
Okay. And going eastbound is the downhill direction, obviously, correct?
It's pretty flat, but yes, you do decrease in elevation in that.
Approximately how far off of Highway 14, on Pingree Park Road, was Mr. Sessions' body recovered?
From where, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Off of Highway 14?
Okay.
To where Mr. Sessions was recovered?
That road, County Road 63E, is approximately 4 or 5 miles in length, almost to the CSU campus, the satellite campus for Colorado State University. The distance as a crow flies is approximately 2.2 miles.
Okay, but I'm more interested in the drive time.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the drive time, I'd have to review my notes, but I believe it took me approximately 15 minutes to make that drive.
One direction?
One direction.
Okay.
It's a dirt road. It's very steep, washboard at times, and very curvy. There's cattle guards that you have to cross over, so you have to slow down significantly to make some of those turns and evolutions.
Okay. We were talking initially about the fact that you were assigned as the lead investigator for the Larimer County side of things in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As part of your duties as the lead investigator, were you responsible for submitting items to the crime lab for analysis?
Yes, as part of the lead detective, there's a number of things that I was to do, keeping track of all the reports, interviews and whatnot, and then as well as the evidence. And meeting with the supervisors in the lab, the criminalists that collected the evidence, as well as my supervision, we made a wish list that was to be sent to the Northern Colorado Regional Lab for submission. And then there was continuous submissions from the original submission up until January of this year.
And so why is it that there's not just one big submission all at once?
The Northern Colorado Lab services numerous law enforcement agencies in the Northern Colorado area, and they are all submitting evidence for cases that they are currently investigating. When we have a significant case like this, there is hundreds, if not thousands, pieces of evidence that could be collected at one given time. And instead of overloading the lab, we give them the most important pieces of evidence to process first. And then we,
make a priority list for all of those pieces of evidence, moving on down to the least important piece of evidence for processing.
You described it as a wish list.
Yes.
Who gets the ultimate say as to what gets tested and what doesn't?
The Northern Colorado Lab makes a determination on it.
Do you get all of your wishes?
No, sometimes you do not. Sometimes they tell you that they're not going to accept certain pieces of evidence based on the significance of the piece of evidence, where it was collected, who had contact with it, and there's probably other circumstances that they would determine that.
And that's based on their training and expertise in their fields?
That is correct.
You said you were responsible for gathering all of the police reports for the Larimer County side as the lead investigator in this case.
That is correct.
Not that it's a competition, but Detective Porter said that there were 139 police reports generated by Weld County. How many were generated by Larimer County in this case?
Doing the math correctly in my head, I believe there was 182 complete reports.
All right, ultimately, from your wish list, did you submit, and were the following items received by the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Laboratory? Duct tape for DNA comparison from Mr. Sessions?
Yes, sir.
And a reference sample or a DNA card from Mr. Sessions, is that correct?
That is correct.
Melted plastic from the head and hands of Mr. Sessions?
That is correct.
Swabs of the steering wheel and gear shift from Mr. Sessions' vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Swabs of stain AA on the subfloor of Miss Frank's apartment?
Yes, that is correct.
Stain AB from that same subfloor?
Yes, sir.
Swabs of a floor mat from Mr. Sessions' vehicle?
Yes.
And all those items you were asking the crime lab to do DNA comparison for, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then did you also ask for items to be submitted to criminalist Alex Rue for other types of comparisons as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And that was duct tape on a kitchen counter?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we may have a Bluetooth.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Objection, Your Honor, we may have a Bluetooth conversation.
Sure.
May we also have the Bluetooth, please?
You're very demanding today, but yes.
Thank you. I can get them. May I approach?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Investigator, the items that I just listed that you were responsible for sending to the crime lab for analysis, were those items were collected by Larimer County Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
That is correct.
There were also additional items sent to the crime lab that were collected by the Weld County Sheriff's Office, and that was done by Detective Porter, not yourself.
That is correct.
All right. There has been quite a bit of testimony about footwear impressions being observed, especially at the scene in the snow up at Pingree Park. Were you aware of those being collected?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And ultimately, were those items submitted to a certified footwear impressions analyst?
No, sir, they were not.
Okay. And why was that?
It was my understanding, conversations with the lab as well as my supervision, that they were not of the greatest quality impressions.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Explain. It's not offer for the truth of the matter. It's to explain conduct.
It's to explain his subsequent actions.
Yes.
So I'll overrule the objection. The jury needs to understand that the response to the question from this witness is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but to explain his subsequent actions once he received this information. You're welcome to continue.
Thank you, sir. So as I was saying, they were not of the greatest quality from my understanding. Ultimately, this is the human factor that comes down to the law enforcement investigation, and it comes down to me as the lead investigator that I did not submit them.
Okay. I want to go back to the very end of Mr. Eastman's interview that we just watched on February 16th of 2020. There was some reference during the course of that interview to the fact that a search of Ms. Frank's apartment was either going to be taking place or was taking place at that moment. Is that correct?
When I informed him of it?
Well, let me ask it this way. Was the search of Ms. Frank's apartment already underway during the time that you were interviewing Mr. Eastman?
I believe it was.
Had you received any information back from Darcy Fedek or criminalist Dan Gillum about what, if anything, was being found at that location during the course of your interview?
No, I had no information coming in from them.
Okay. So you didn't know about the stains on the carpet or the subfloor during the course of your interview with Mr. Eastman?
No, sir, I did not.
At the very end of that interview, Mr. Eastman appears to be crying. Did you observe any tears in his eyes at that time?
I did not.
Okay. If I could have just a moment. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
If I could have just a moment.
Of course.
So you testified that you were the lead detective from the Larimer County side of things, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the lead detective, you were aware that Mr. Eastman was arrested with ammunition in his pocket.
No, I was not.
So your testimony today, well, you've been sitting here throughout the whole trial,
I'm going to
correct?
object as vague as to time.
Yeah, why don't you be a little bit more specific about the time?
So you've been sitting here throughout the entire trial, correct?
I have been.
And you've been listening to the testimony of the other witnesses.
Yes.
And you heard testimony from Captain Coleman, who testified that he had told you prior to Mr. Eastman's interview beginning that Mr. Eastman had ammunition in his pocket, correct?
That is incorrect.
You heard the testimony that that's what he said, correct?
Captain Coleman did not testify in this trial.
Or Sergeant Robbins, either one of those, or Sergeant Horst. Did any of those individuals tell you?
Investigator Coleman testified.
Sorry, Investigator Coleman. Sorry, I
There's
said-
two separate people.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Investigator Coleman, not Captain Coleman, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, sorry to miss. But Investigator Coleman had testified in this trial.
Yes, he did.
And he testified that prior to Mr. Eastman's interview, he had told you that Mr. Eastman had ammunition in his pocket, correct?
I don't believe that's what he said, but I was not aware that there was ammunition in his pocket.
And at no point, your testimony is that at no point were you ever advised that Mr. Eastman had ammunition in his pocket during that lengthy interview?
I had no knowledge that he had ammunition in his pocket prior to being in that interview room.
And you did have meetings with other officers throughout the course of that interview, correct?
For the majority of that interview, I was in the interview room.
Except for the times when you took breaks, correct?
That is correct.
And you did speak with other investigators at the time?
About the interview and what we were asking Mr. Eastman.
And you received other information about other investigation that other investigators had been doing, correct?
That is correct.
That's how you learned that a body had been found on Mr. Bonnell's property.
That is correct.
And your testimony that at no point no one informed you that a suspect arrested for homicide had ammunition in his pocket.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
During the early stages of the interview, Ms. Frank's whereabouts were unknown, correct?
That is correct.
And throughout the interview, Mr. Eastman spoke of Ms. Frank as if she were alive.
That is correct.
He referred you to speak to her
Yes.
on several occasions,
Yes.
and he referred you to ask her questions about some of the things that you were addressing with him, correct?
That is correct.
And he expressed concern about betraying her confidences.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that the best evidence is the interview itself, and it speaks for itself.
Sustained. The interview that we just watched all day long speaks for itself. Asking this witness what was said, jurors already have that information.
And Your Honor, I do have a couple of foundational questions about something in the interview, but I just want to give the court the heads up.
Okay.
So,
Hold on, closer.
closer, is that better? Higher?
Yes.
No, I'm
Better.
sorry. I was having a hard time hearing her as well.
Thank you. If you don't hear me, just feel free to ask me to repeat the question. During the interview, Mr. Eastman talked about Ms. Frank's history of disappearing with other men, correct?
That is correct.
He mentioned one particular man a few times, an individual named Mike.
Yes.
And you didn't ever ask him for Mike's last name
No.
or what he looked like
No.
or any of his demographics.
No.
And Mr. Eastman did at one point describe the general location of where he believed Mike to live.
Yes.
And when he was advised that Ms. Frank's whereabouts were unknown, he gave Mike's residence as a location where she might have been.
Yes.
And after the interview, you never tried to identify this Mike individual.
That's incorrect.
You never wrote a report about trying to identify the identity of the individual Mike.
I did follow up, but I never identified who Mike was.
So as the lead investigator in charge of this Larimer County side of investigation, you were also responsible for assigning tasks to other investigators.
No, that's incorrect.
You have no control over the investigation of which you're heading?
I collect all the information, understand all the information, but I have supervisors that control the course of the investigation.
And you are the next, okay, so if you have supervisors, you're the next step below that, correct?
Equal rank with all the other investigators and detectives that were working the case. I have supervisors, sergeants, and lieutenants and captains that are above me that control the course of the investigation.
So you have no say in the course of the investigation that you were heading?
No, I have say in it, but I didn't make decisions on what we were going to be doing.
You just testified on direct examination that it was your decision not to submit evidence of the footwear casts for an identification.
That ultimately came down to me, yes.
And there are a lot of other decisions that ultimately come down to you, correct?
There could be, yes.
And one of those decisions was not ordering Investigator Shaw to collect the casings that were in Mr. Bonnell's pocket at the time of his contact.
Investigator Shaw was interviewing Mr. Bonnell at the same time that I was interviewing Mr. Eastman. I had no idea that what the contents of what Mr. Bonnell's interview was with Mr. Shaw.
But you knew he was being interviewed at this exact same time, right?
I may have been told of that. I can't testify to that right now.
We just watched the video where you told Mr. Eastman that Mr. Bonnell was being interviewed, right?
I'm sorry. I am corrected on that. Yes, I was aware of it.
And so you did not task any investigator from the Larimer County Sheriff's Office to collect or document anything on Mr. Bonnell's person?
No, I was concentrating on the interview with your client.
You also had an opportunity to review the GPS tracker on Mr. Eastman's vehicle, correct?
I saw the data, yes.
And you were aware that Mr. Eastman's vehicle was in the area of the Centera Shopping Center on February 15th of 2020?
Yes, that is correct.
At 2 separate times that day?
Yes.
First from noon to 12:40 p.m., correct?
I don't know the exact times.
Okay. So, and then again later in the afternoon?
I think it was about 3:30 in the afternoon.
Correct. And in between those times, the vehicle was tracked to the Walmart store on Denver Avenue in Loveland, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
In between those times, between those two trips to the Centera area, the vehicle was at the Walmart store on Denver Avenue in Loveland.
That is correct.
And during that first trip to Centera on February 15th of 2020, Mr. Eastman went to Best Buy.
Yes.
And I think we've heard testimony that he purchased a cell phone at that time, correct?
2 cell phones.
And he later, your testimony is that he purchased 2 cell phones at that time?
Yes.
If I could have a moment. If I could have just a moment. So Mr. Eastman actually purchased 1 cell phone,
I
correct?
purchased 2 cell phones.
Do you know the types of the 2 cell phones you're claiming he purchased?
No.
Okay.
I'd have to refer to my report.
If it would refresh your recollection.
It would.
Sure. You have those reports with you?
They're in,
If you remember the supplement number, I'm happy to give it to you.
not off the top of my head, no. We'll get you your reports so you can review them and refresh your memory. It's in my briefcase. Sure. It's going to be simple. I'm sorry. to be supplement 66.
Okay. And again, you also attached the receipt that you obtained from Best Buy to that supplement, correct?
I believe that the receipt that is attached is the receipt for the phone that he returned. He purchased two and then returned to the store and returned one, keeping one phone.
Okay. So the receipt that you have contains a receipt for the original transaction and the original return, correct?
That is correct.
And the original transaction only indicates that he purchased one cell phone.
That's incorrect.
Would it refresh your recollection to see the copy of the receipt? I do have that if you'd like me to approach.
I'm sorry, I just broke my binder, I believe. Give me 1 second. Okay, I have the receipt, sir.
I'm sorry, you have the receipt?
Yes.
And the receipt indicates that he only purchased one cell phone.
I think that's just the original purchase receipt for the one that was returned, but there was a second phone that was involved in that transaction.
So you indicated that your report, supplement 66, is the report that you wrote that dealt with your investigation into the purchase of the cell phone at Best Buy, correct?
That is correct.
And you wrote that report while the information was fresh in your mind.
Yes.
And you wrote that report on February 23rd of 2020, correct? Would it refresh?
I'm sorry, February 23rd of 2021 or 2020?
I have 2020.
Yes, 2020.
And you had initially gone to Best Buy to follow up on this transaction on February 21st, 2020, correct?
February 21st of 2021? That is correct.
2020.
2020?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so you wrote the report within 2 days after your interaction with the Best Buy employees, correct?
Let me refer to my report and give you the exact times of when it was written and approved.
If that would refresh your recollection.
It appears that I wrote it on February 23rd, 2020 at 7:44 in the morning. However, it was not approved until April 10th at 14:32.
And so you've been an investigator for a number of years, correct?
That is correct.
And you are trained and have experience throughout the course of your employment on how to write reports, correct?
That is correct.
And that it's important to be accurate
Yes.
and important to be detailed.
Yes.
And when you wrote this report, you never indicated that Mr. Eastman bought two phones, correct?
I believe it's in the narrative. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the second phone in my report.
So your report does not indicate or document that Mr. Eastman purchased a second phone, correct?
It's my memory that Mr. Eastman purchased a second phone.
So it's your memory today, nearly 2.5 years after the fact, that he purchased a second phone?
Yes.
So you also viewed surveillance from the Walmart store from February 15, 2020, correct?
Yes, it's in the same report.
Okay. And Mr. Eastman purchased clothing at Walmart?
I'm sorry, I have to move my briefcase. It's a little uncomfortable. I'm sorry, repeat your question?
Sure. Mr. Eastman purchased clothing at Walmart?
I do not recall that.
If it would refresh your recollection to refer to your report?
Sure. I am refreshed.
And Mr. Eastman purchased clothing at Walmart?
Yes.
And that included a red flannel shirt?
Yes.
And that was the same shirt that he was wearing when you questioned him on February 16th of 2020?
That is correct.
So you testified earlier about a number of items that you sent to either the Colorado Bureau of Investigation or the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Lab for testing, correct?
Yes.
And you sent those items in at various points in the investigation?
Yes.
Those items also included the clothing that Mr. Eastman was wearing at the time of his arrest, correct?
I don't recall being the person that submitted those items. That may have been from the Larimer County side.
So Mr. Eastman was wearing a Marines baseball cap, correct?
That is correct.
Give it a moment. And you also submitted, we talked about how it was at various times. The last submission that you did was in January 11th of 2022?
Yes, it was the fingernail clippings.
Okay. And so the fingernail clippings, as well as the DNA swab from bloodstained H, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you decided to submit those after the initial trial setting. The trial didn't go due to COVID, right?
That is correct.
And so you and other investigators got together and tried to find more evidence you could send in, correct?
No, I consulted with criminalist Darcy Fedak and Sergeant Smith, and they identified these items as items that could be sent, and I sent them.
Okay. Let me come back to the other items here in just a moment. You talked about how you made the death notification for Stanley Sessions, is that right?
Yes, I notified him that his son was deceased.
And you also met with him on another occasion?
I did.
And that was on May 22nd of 2020?
Yes, at the Larimer County Sheriff's Office.
And you met with him to see if he could identify any of the items found in the burn pit at Mr. Bonnell's property as belonging to his son?
That is correct.
And you showed him photographs of the burnt items from the pit?
Yes.
And those photographs included, photographs of what appeared to be a glasses case?
Yes.
And keys?
Yes.
And a cup?
I don't recall the cup.
Like a teacup?
I don't recall that, I'm sorry.
But Mr. Sessions was unable to identify any of the items as belonging to his son?
That is correct.
If I could have just a moment. Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Thanks. Any redirect? Okay, just a moment here.
Detective, investigator, you were asked on cross-examination whether or not you had been told of the presence of 2 shell casings and 3 live .22 rounds recovered from Mr. Eastman's pocket by investigator Coleman prior to the interview, correct?
I was asked that question, yes.
Okay. During that interview, did you or anyone else know how Miss Frank had been killed?
We did not.
And that was not learned until 2 days later when the autopsy was conducted by Dr. Wilkerson. Is that correct?
On February 18th, that is correct.
And at the time you were conducting the interview, had you even seen any pictures of what her body looked like or the condition it was in?
No, I responded to Mr. Bonnell's residence the night of the interview with Mr. Eastman, and during the crime scene processing, observed the body of Miss Frank in the crime scene, but I was not able to see what was underneath the plastic or the wrapping or what her injuries were.
And your observations that you're discussing now took place long after you concluded your interview with Mr. Eastman, is that right?
I would estimate 6 to 10 hours after the fact.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Thanks. Any recross on that limited issue?
We got a
Sure.
nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? I think we have a question, Christina. Questions? court received 3 juror questions. I've respectfully declined 2 of them. I am going to authorize 1 of them. And Detective, before I ask you the question, I'm going to ask you a foundational question. Did you have an opportunity to observe the Subaru from the CCTV in the canyon showing front-end damage of the Subaru?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to observe the actual vehicle of Mr. Eastman, not from this photo, but from actually seeing the vehicle or a photo of the vehicle with front-end damage?
I was in the evidence room when it was being processed.
So the question reads, did the photo of the Subaru from the CCTV in the canyon show front-end damage consistent with Kevin Eastman's car?
Yes, sir, it did.
Thank you. Mr. Wren, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Morris, any follow-up?
Yes. So the front-end damage from the vehicle depicted on the Mishawaka surveillance video was silver, correct?
It was a different color. I couldn't say if it was silver or if it was white or if it was green or black. The distance and the pixelation of the video is different from what the actual damage on the vehicle appears based on the distance and the pixelation of it, but the damage is in the same location and appears to be the same damage.
Okay. But again, the colors appeared to be what color at this point?
I'm sorry?
What color do you believe the damage to be on the Mishawaka?
I couldn't testify to it. I'd have to see a picture.
Okay. And the damage that was depicted on Mr. Eastman's vehicle at the time of his arrest was black, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the jury? Okay, thank you, Detective. You're welcome to step down. Appreciate your time. You're welcome to join the prosecution. We're going to be in recess for the rest of the day. I would like to get started up at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Once again, I want to instruct you until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news report of the trial and do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of this courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We appreciate your time once again, and we'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Let's all please rise for the jury. You're welcome to be seated. Any other issues before we recess for the day?
1 moment, please.
Nothing for the...
Your Honor, the only concern that we have was raised during the cross-examination of Detective or Investigator Atwood with respect to his testimony that he did follow-up investigation on trying to locate an individual by the name of Mike. We didn't receive any discovery of any attempts, despite the numerous reports that were testified to today that were generated by the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, that any officer, including Investigator Atwood, made any attempts to locate this individual. And so I do believe that that is a discovery violation.
The fact that his reports don't say that anybody tried to follow up?
the fact that we've not received any investigation or documentation of that anyone attempted, let alone Investigator Atwood, attempted to contact this or learn the identity of this individual named Mike.
And his testimony was that he did?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Rudd?
Can counsel point to me where in Rule 16 that that is required to be discovered?
Your Honor, if he's taking investigative actions on a case, that's something that needs to be documented. And, there's no way for, especially if it's something he's going to testify to, we can't be prepared to meet that. I think Rule 16 would require the disclosure of that information in whatever form, whether that's via an audio recording or whether that's via, a written report that I believe would need to be disclosed to the defense. And if I could have just a moment. And Your Honor, it does, Rule 16, Part 1A1I does require police arrest and crime or offense reports, including statements of all witnesses. It was unclear from Investigator Atwood's testimony what that is, but if he had contacted any particular witnesses, we would need the statements of those witnesses and those conversations.
But here, he didn't contact anybody by the name of Mike with regard to this follow-up investigation.
I don't know if he contacted Mike, but he said he did follow-up investigation trying to identify the identity of Mike, and there's nothing documented in 7,000 plus pages of discovery which indicate that in fact occurred. So if that did occur, and there's no evidence of that, I think that's a discovery violation.
The fact that he made efforts and came up with nothing?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think that can relate to the guilt or the culpability of the accused, or the opposite. So any investigation that's undertaken by especially the lead detective in a case that doesn't result in any findings could be exculpatory. If we don't know about it, how can we follow up on it or cross-examine him on that? And so that is the prejudice. I was unable to cross-examine him about any of those efforts that he claimed to have made on the stand.
Mr. Rudd?
I disagree with counsel's interpretation of Rule 16. If a report had been written documenting his efforts and we didn't turn over that report, then that would be a discovery violation. Or if a recorded or written statement had been gathered during the course of those efforts to follow up on that investigation, if those recorded statements were obtained and we didn't turn those over, then that would be a discovery violation. But that's not what we're dealing with here. We're just talking about efforts, and I don't know what those efforts were, but he testified to efforts. That in and of itself is not a discovery violation under Rule 16.
Your Honor, I would argue that Rule 16 would have absolutely no teeth if the prosecution and law enforcement were allowed to skirt their discovery obligations by just failing to write anything down.
So he made efforts, found nobody by the name of Mike. Rule 16 requires the prosecution under Part 1, subsection A2, for the prosecution to disclose to the defense any material or information within his or her possession or control which tends to negate the guilt of the accused. Here, that doesn't apply. Or tend to reduce the punishment, therefore that doesn't apply. I'm just not understanding there's nothing to report because no information was gathered by law enforcement when there was efforts made to try to gain information. Nothing was gathered. So I'm not sure how this is a violation of Rule 16, and let's assume for a moment that it was. I just don't see how there's any unfair prejudice to the defendant by Detective Atwood making an effort to do something and he comes up empty-handed with regard to information regarding who Mike is.
Your Honor, I would say that Rule 16, Part 1A3 indicates that the prosecuting attorney's obligations under Section A extend to material and, in this case, information in the possession or control of members of his or her staff or others who participated in the investigation or evaluation of the case. And that is information, whether or not it's material, because it has been documented, that was information that was in possession of an individual who participated in the investigation of the case and should have been reported and disclosed to the defense.
So to be clear, you had access to your client's interview. You were aware that your client mentioned Mike, and you were aware in the 7,000 pages of discovery that you received that there was no information regarding who Mike was or any follow-up as to who Mike was, because there was nothing gathered by law enforcement. Was that the assumption that you made?
Yes.
So then how are you prejudiced when your assumption was true?
Because that there's no investigation gathered is different than there were no efforts made to look into that or ascertain his identity. Therefore, I was prejudiced because I was not allowed to wasn't able to cross-examine him on the quality of those efforts.
Okay. So I'll give you an opportunity if you would like to question him tomorrow. I'll open up cross-examination if you want to ask Detective Atwood the fact that he made an effort, he came up empty-handed, and that information is not included in the police report.
Your Honor.
Seems to me that that's a fair resolution to the fact that there's no police report that says, I tried, came up empty-handed.
Is the court finding a Rule 16 violation and therefore imposing a remedy?
No, I'm not finding that there's a Rule 16 violation, but it seems to me that because there's no police report as to what he testified to, that you should have an opportunity to ask him that question on cross-examination.
I would ask that the court order the investigator and the prosecution to disclose what efforts were made. Because
why don't we find out now from Detective Atwood, and then you'll have an opportunity tomorrow if you want to ask him questions in front of the jury.
Thank you.
Detective Atwood, if you can please take the witness stand. You're still under oath, and the question is, what efforts, if any, did you take in trying to locate who Mike was?
I attempted to research law enforcement databases as well as social media for who Mike would be if there was a Mike that could be identifiable, and I was unable to do that.
Did you have a last name?
I did not.
And what social media did you access to find out who Mike was?
I believe I checked Facebook.
Of who?
I'm sorry?
The Facebook account of who?
For Heather Frank.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Wren or Ms. Morris?
No.
Did you contact or discuss this with any witness? Or any subject, as you call them?
So when you were doing this, when you were trying to research who Mike was, did you talk to any other person to get more leads as to who Mike could be?
No, I did not.
And did you document in any report that you looked on Facebook of Heather Frank to look for leads as to this Mike?
I did not.
Any other questions?
I can have a moment.
Sure.
So Investigator Atwood, Heather Frank's Facebook profile was private, correct?
I don't recall. I remember looking at it.
And when you were looking at it, were you able to see her friends, or were you going through anything that was publicly available?
The only issue is what he did with regard to if he saw Mike.
Well, I guess my concern is, Your Honor, that Heather Frank's Facebook profile was private such that he would not have been able to see her friends.
So can you answer that? What information did you have available to you?
I had no information available to me. I didn't find any information about a person named Mike.
And did you have access to her private account?
I did not.
And did you have access to the friends list?
I do not recall.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Oren?
No.
So you'll have an opportunity to ask these questions in front of the jury tomorrow. The prosecution will have an opportunity to ask questions, and we'll resolve this issue, but the court's not going to impose any additional remedies other than allowing the defense to ask Detective Atwood that particular question.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? No.
No.
Okay, thank you. You want to step down, and we'll see everybody tomorrow at 8:30. Good night. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, guys.
Have a good night.
Too.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you.